Okay, test. How are we doing? Are we on? I think we are. Good evening. We have a full house tonight. And you know what? It's a smiling full house. This is awesome. I love seeing all those smiling faces out there. Welcome to the Nampa City Council meeting this evening. And the tradition that I love is that we begin with an invocation, and Deborah Curry with Eagle Christian is here. Deborah has been such a huge asset to the city since I took office in a number of different capacities. Deborah, thank you for coming and praying over us tonight as we get started. Thank you.
Our kind and loving Heavenly Father, we offer you all glory and all grace and all blessings. We praise you for your many blessings to us. Thank you for this community, for the city that you have brought to be, because we know that you raise up and you take down leadership, and we know that you are the orchestrator behind so many things that we often take for granted. Pray tonight, Father, for those who work here at the city. I ask your blessings on them because I see them often in various situations working very hard and trying to care for those who are under their care. I thank you, Father, for the opportunity that we have to come together in this way to speak to you openly and before others. And I pray for each one of the council members tonight that you would give them wisdom in dealing with all the things that come across their desks. We know, Father, that their decisions often are very heavy and very difficult, and they have to weigh out a lot of things. So we just pray that you will give them guidance in all of that. We pray too, Father, that in all things that you will be glorified tonight, and that your wisdom will really overrule in all that we do. Because there is no wisdom and no understanding and no counsel against you. We ask these things in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Deborah, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Ingula.
Here.
Bills.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Haverfield.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
All present.
Next item on the agenda are any proposed amendments to the agenda, and it's my understanding that Councilman Bills does have a requested motion or a change?
Yes, Mayor, item 616. That we would move that down later in the agenda.
16A.
16A, yes.
Perfect. And I think, Daniel, I believe that one is yours. And we are going to move that down to following, I think, like 7-11. It'll be towards the end of the agenda, a little bit later this evening. Are there any other proposed amendments or anything that council would like pulled off of the consent agenda? Okay. Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to approve the agenda with this one proposed amendment.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And then I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as included in the packet.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay. With that, we have 3 proclamations this evening. So this is Proclamation Month, and it is awesome. And the first proclamation is Tuesday Kids Week. And I'm not sure who's going to come up, but I'll read the proclamation. I'll read the proclamation, and then I'll let Superintendent Russell, I'll let you guys introduce. So the proclamation is, whereas we desire to be a safe and healthy community where people prosper, and whereas our community has shared value for the well-being and support of our children, and whereas adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, such as abuse, neglect, household dysfunction, or other events that cause trauma in children can have lifelong impacts on individuals and communities. And whereas research has shown that positive childhood experiences can help protect against poor health and social outcomes associated with ACEs. And whereas a safe, stable, nurturing environment and a connection to a consistent and trusted adult are critical positive factors. And whereas a community invested in the well-being and supports of our youth help reinforce the message that they matter and are loved. And whereas community members and local partners are working together to build healthy and resilient communities where kids and families thrive. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Debbie Kling, do hereby proclaim April 8th through the 12th, 2024 to be 2C Kids Week in Nampa, Idaho, and we will demonstrate and celebrate hope and resilience. Superintendent Russell, thank you for being here and introducing who you have with you.
Mayor, City Council, yes, thank you so much. Really appreciate the opportunity and to be here this evening. I have Corey Anderson. She helps oversee some of the programs in our district that support 2C Kids work. And then we have one of our very students with us as well, who her name is Cora, and
Hi,
she is
Cora.
here today as well.
Do you guys want to say anything? No? Well, come up and we want to take your picture. Can we do that? Okay, council, come
Yes,
on
we would like to
around.
take
Let's come over here if you want to. Come on up here and we'll,
Mayor Kling and Council, while they're doing that, they're going to also hand you some, I don't think Ella made it yet, right? Is she here? Okay. Little clips, clothespins, and that's one of the key initiatives for this year. Amy Bowman's daughter has done that, and there'll be clips for kindness, and the kids will stick them on each other's backpack and on their clothes just to remind them. So you can see there's a message on each of them, and then Lisa Boyd and Joey Palmer, also from Valley View, are a big part of this. So go on up there. So there'll be
Lisa
events
Joy,
each.
thank you for coming up here.
There'll be events each day. You'll see that at the end of the Healthy Impact Nampa presentation, but we need your
Okay,
help.
let me hand this to you guys, and you can just see. Okay. Jean, you've got to come up here and be in the picture.
No.
Yes, you do.
No,
Yes, you do.
No, I'm good. I'm going to tell, no, I'm good. I'm going to tell you guys, that we really need you to come out and high five. Get all your people to high five. Thank you.
So Jean is the founder of 2C Kids Week. And are we high-fiving at Ridgeview High School? Lisa, are we with you? No, I'm not sure. Yes, I've been there before. So you know what's wonderful is that it's not just within the Nampa schools, it's also the schools that are Valley View that we still own in Nampa. And so really appreciate that. Jean is the founder. You should have been in the picture, but has been the driver. And this is really, really important. It makes a difference in our kids. Thank you for caring about our kids and driving this initiative. It's appreciated. Okay, so we have another one, and this is Child Abuse Prevention Awareness. And Jennifer Perry is here wherever Jennifer is, and I'll read, and then you can come up, Jennifer, while I'm reading. Whereas the month of April is National Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month. And whereas the City of Nampa recognizes that children are the key to a city's future, success, prosperity, and quality of life, and while children are our most valuable resource, they are also our most vulnerable citizens. Whereas every child deserves to grow up in a healthy, safe, and nurturing environment and have an opportunity to thrive, and whereas child abuse and neglect, it causes psychological, emotional, and physical harm, which can create lifelong problems for victims of abuse. And whereas effective child abuse prevention strategies succeed because of the partnerships created among citizens, human service agencies like the Nampa Family Justice Center, schools, faith communities, healthcare providers, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, prosecutors' offices, and the business community, and by recognizing that prevention starts with each of us. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do hereby proclaim April 2024 as Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month, and I call upon all citizens, community agencies, faith groups, medical facilities, elected leaders, and businesses to increase their participation in our efforts to support families, thereby preventing child abuse and strengthening the communities in which we live throughout the year. Jeannie, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council.
Jennifer, I should say. I said Jeannie, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's just fine. Well, I wish the only owies that kids ever got were from falling off their bikes or climbing trees, but unfortunately, that's not the case. And sadly, a majority of child abuse is inflicted by family members or family friends or other known people to the children. And even though a child might be the loudest one in a room, they often aren't able to speak up and protect themselves. So it's our job as parents to talk to kids about their bodies, safety, and boundaries. And it's our job as a community to be able to recognize red flags and believe teens and children when they disclose abuse. So it's to that end, the Nampa Family Justice Center is hosting Darkness to Light training to businesses and churches throughout Nampa to better equip our neighbors to recognize the signs and respond to child abuse. And the Nampa Family Justice Center has some youth case managers and child advocates, forensic interviewers, medical providers, and mental health providers that all work with children and their non-offending caregivers so that we can protect and help grow these kids in a safe way, just as to see kids succeed is also seeking after. So next Saturday, we will hold our 10th annual Superhero Walk, and for the first time ever, it will be held in Nampa, starting at the Nampa Police Department. So if anybody would like to join and dress in blue or superhero costumes, we'd love to have you. And as you see the blue pinwheels planted throughout the Treasure Valley, we really encourage you to think of the children and what we want for our kids, and thank you for recognizing Child Abuse Prevention Month and striving to see kids have a safe and healthy community to grow up in.
Thank you, and here's Shirley. Jennifer, thank you so much. I tell you, the work that is done, and Jeannie Strohmeyer's here, through our Family Justice Center is totally amazing. We were talking earlier today about stats, and that's one that you don't want your statistics to grow. But as I told Jeannie today, we need people to understand that unfortunately those numbers are growing. That is not a good thing that they're growing. But thank you for the work that you do. Jennifer, thank you so much. And then we have another proclamation this evening. Is Adria here? Thank you. Okay, and this is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. So all this kind of runs together. This is a really long one. Let's see if I can get it out. So whereas the month of April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, which provides an excellent opportunity for citizens to learn more about preventing sexual violence before it can start, and to show support for the Nampa Family Justice Center, which promotes safety, self-sufficiency, hope, and healing to survivors of abuse, and other numerous organizations and individuals who provide critical advocacy services and assistance to sexual assault supervisors. And whereas the City of Nampa acknowledges sexual assault affects women, children, and men of all racial, cultural, and economic backgrounds, and holds that all persons have great intrinsic value and are worthy of hope, healing, and support available to all people. And whereas in addition to the immediate physical and emotional costs, sexual assault may also have associated consequences of post-traumatic stress disorder, substance abuse, depression, homelessness, eating disorders, and suicide, and can be devastating for not only the survivor, but also the family and friends of the survivor. Whereas the City of Nampa believes that no one person, organization, agency, or community can eliminate sexual assault on their own, but is committed to working together to educate our entire population about what can be done to prevent sexual assault, support survivors and their significant others, and increase support for agencies providing services to survivors. And whereas the City of Nampa is committed to being a safe and healthy community where people prosper, and strongly supports the efforts of national, state, and local partners and of every citizen to actively engage in public and private efforts to prevent sexual violence. And whereas it's time for us all to start conversations, take appropriate action, and support one another to create a safer environment for all. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do hereby proclaim April 2024 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and I call upon all citizens to join advocates and communities across the country in taking action to prevent sexual violence. You know, as I just read 3 proclamations that all intertwine a little bit, how critically important it is. And I have to say, what an amazing community we have, because we have people working together. Thank you so much for your work. And what would you like to share with us?
Thank you. Mayor and council members, thank you for this proclamation and for supporting the work that is so near and dear to our hearts. At the Nampa Family Justice Center, we care deeply for victims of sexual assault. We have 12 sexual assault nurse examiners and 4 advocates that are on call 24/7. In collaboration with law enforcement, this team serves all of Canyon County and responds to calls at several local hospitals to perform forensic exams. As of November of 2023, we were able to add the Justice Center as an exam location. This has been a beneficial addition to our program. The Justice Center offers a comfortable atmosphere, and without the institutionalized hospital environment, we can streamline the exam process for the victim and for all professionals involved. It is our goal to offer support, comfort, and empowerment to victims during exams, and to provide options for wraparound services such as counseling and support groups. Our mission is to promote hope and healing to these victims. We love the work that we do, and we appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you for your work, and here's your proclamation. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Well, a little bit later, we have our Healthy Impact Nampa Coalition update, and it all ties together, right? It's so important. But first, we do have our public forum time in our agenda. This is an opportunity for Nampa residents that are wishing to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item to come up and speak and share what they're wanting to speak about. You have 3 minutes. Please come forward, state your name and address and what you are speaking on. And I believe we do have, how many do we have signed up?
Madam Mayor, we have 5 people signed up to speak on agenda items, so we have hit our maximum allowed for that.
Okay, so if someone wanted to, we do limit it to 5. So, and how many people are here for our public hearing? We've got a public hearing starting. With my sincerest apologies, we are going to be starting that late because we have some agenda items that we have to get through, so we won't be starting right at 6. Okay.
Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Lori Dreyer, and on deck is Parker Fitzen.
Good evening. My name is Lori Dreyer. I live at 401 Lake Lowell Avenue, and I would like to address the variations in the size of the sidewalks in the city's proposed second phase of Lake Lowell Avenue. In the first phase, the city was able to accommodate the residents on the north side of Lake Lowell Avenue by keeping the sidewalk at 60 inches, leaving them room to then continue to have street parking between the sidewalk and the bike path. In the second phase plans to the west of Canyon Street, where the new second phase starts, in front of the Presbyterian Church, they are planning to leave the sidewalk at its current 67 inches, thus allowing for continued street parking there also. To the south side, though, starting in front of the Nazarene Church office, it will stay at the current 62 inches and then expand to 96 inches, starting at approximately our property line and continuing to the west, thus preventing any possible opportunity to accommodate street parking for any of the residents on the south side of Lake Lowell between Canyon and Midland. I'm extremely confused as to why the city feels the need to put an 8-foot sidewalk in front of our homes. We definitely do not receive enough foot traffic to warrant a sidewalk that large. Even in front of the high school itself, the sidewalk averages only 78 inches. We have a large family with numerous drivers coming and going from our residents, which makes street parking a necessity for us. I understand we have an abnormal amount of drivers compared to others, but I also know our neighbors who have a small family and a small driveway are just as dependent on street parking as we are. We discussed our options with the city members at the last meeting held at West Middle School, and the recommendation was for us to use our front yards for our parking. They said they could form this new sidewalk to accommodate us driving in and out of our front yards. Now, I would like to ask you as city council members if that would be an acceptable option for any of you. Would you be willing to remove your front yards and use them instead for your parking needs? I feel that the city needs to spend more time to reevaluate the plans to find ways to better accommodate the needs and concerns of the residents living along this street of roadway. Many of us who have lived here for 20-plus years. Thank you so much for your time.
Ms. Dreyer, could I just confirm that is for item 7.5 that you were speaking on?
It is.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Parker Fitzen. And if you could also state what item number you're speaking on.
Yeah, I'm speaking on item 7.5 as well, so.
Could you state
So-
your name and address, please?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
I'm Parker Fitzen. I live at 302 North Gateway Street in Nampa, Idaho. Sorry. When it comes to Lake Lowell Avenue, there's a lot of spots over there, as you know, like the whole reason for this redesign, where there's basically no safe pathways for people to walk or bike along. And as someone who used to take that way like all the time because I lived in that area, it gets really sketchy sometimes with the really high traffic in the area. And because there's no pathways, it forces you into the street if you want to be able to ride that way. And with the new plans that the city staff came up with, through a lot of there was a lot of effort put into the new changes, and this came up last year with the old plans where, because it is such a narrow area, there's not a lot of room to work with, which is one of the big problems here. But with the new plans that we came out with, or that the city staff came out with, it reduces the right-of-way by up to 21,000 square feet. So, and this is also a really big area for people going to Nampa High School, Centennial Elementary, the Greenbelt, or just getting from those western neighborhoods like the ones that I used to live in just out to the rest of the city. So it's a really critical place for us to have at least some basic level of safety. And as the city grows, it's only going to have more demand, and with the increase in car traffic, it's only going to get more and more dangerous if we don't do something about it. So I do sympathize a lot with the parking issues and the right-of-way, but also I drove by there just yesterday, and there's some areas where there's literally just a foot of space on the edge of the street for you to cross through. And riding by that way, there have been so many times where cars are just zooming by what feels like 40 to 45 miles an hour, flinging up rocks at you as they drive by, and it's just not very safe for anyone. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Adam Shazel.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm also speaking regarding action item 7.5. So I would love to start.
Could you state your address?
Oh, address, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm at 327 Lone Star Road. So I'm speaking regarding action item 7.5. I'd love to give you a sense of the state of the road and pathways as it is. Right now, if you're going down Lake Lowell from Midland Avenue, starting at the entrance to the Wilson pathway, there's about a half mile on the south side of Lake Lowell that has no pathway or sidewalk whatsoever. And there is some sidewalks past that half mile right as you get to Centennial Elementary School. And so I'd really encourage you all to allow the city to move forward to install some sort of public pathway here for really 3 reasons. So the first reason, I think, is the existence of the Wilson pathway itself. We know from data from Compass that at its peak, about 500 people use the Wilson pathway daily. And so, that's a really significant level of demand. And, the entrance from Lake Lowell Avenue is a really key entrance for that pedestrian pathway. And so you need to at least put some sort of access point in order to get there. Number two is, the existence of really 3 schools along this route. So the person before me spoke to Centennial Elementary, which to my understanding is going to be repurposed as a Boys and Girls Club. There's going to be Nampa High School as well, and then of course you have NNU on the other side of 12th Avenue. And I used to teach at Nampa High. I know at least one of our city councilors is an alum of Nampa High, and if you've done that morning commute, you know it's a total disaster, right? It's just lots and lots of traffic even before you hit that school zone. And, really you have pent up and foundational demand to access those locations that are predominantly students and children, right? And so you really have an amazing opportunity to alleviate that traffic buildup because you know that, students are going to be able to utilize this pathway a little better. And if I was a parent, I wouldn't feel comfortable with my child, utilizing that pathway to bike to school as it is, especially on that south side. There is technically a bike lane there, but if all that's separating you on your way to school is just a strip of paint on the road, I'm not sending my kid down there, right? So it's a big problem. Really, the third reason I think builds on that traffic suggestion as it is. I taught 4 years at Nampa High, and I know that there's a lot of traffic generated for those football games, and there's perpetually a lot of complaints from families who live in those neighborhoods around Nampa High, just about the amount of street parking and traffic that's taken up for those events at school, right? And so if we're building out our capacity to allow alternative methods for families and students to commute to those events during prime times, I actually think it's going to help us alleviate the street parking situation a little bit in those neighborhoods, like around Stadium Road. So yeah, 3 reasons. I really hope that you all move forward with those plans. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Larita Schandorf.
Larita Schandorf, 1108 South Stanford Street, Nampa, Idaho, and I'm here to speak in favor of item 7.5. This is a tough one. I completely understand the homeowner's point of view. It's we're trying to design something that addresses their needs. We're trying to address something that addresses the national standards. We want to submit this project to get federal funding, and if you do that, you have to include, if you're going to do a rebuild there, you have to include bike and pedestrian safety. You have to do that or you won't get funded. So, and then we've got the new standards in our bike pedestrian plan, which say, and in our street design, that if we rebuild a street, we're going to put actually an 8 or 9 or 10 foot pathway on the side. But you've got existing stuff at both ends of Lake Lowell in this spot. And so Daniel Badger spent a lot of time working with the Bike Pedestrian Committee, looking at what's already there, how to blend it all together, how to do some give and take maybe on some lane widths and things like that. And I think we can come to a compromise. I think there's a way to do this so that it will meet all those needs. I would just encourage the council to consider all of that. It is difficult to fill in sidewalk gaps, but we have to do that if we want to encourage biking and walking. Walking is so important for community health and mental and physical health both. And we don't build sidewalks when there's demand. I know that's hard to understand, but we build infrastructure for alternative transportation to encourage people to use it, so that they'll leave the keys at home and walk their kids to school that day instead of getting in their car every time for a short trip. So we're trying to meet all these needs, and we are very cognizant of the homeowners' needs, and I think our city staff is doing a great job. We've been working on this since 2019. It was listed as a high priority in the bike ped plan. So we would just really like to see this move forward. Thank you.
Larita, thank you so much for sharing your information. It's appreciated.
Madam Mayor, our last speaker is Kirk Gailey.
Hi, my name is Kurt Gailey, 729 Lake Lowell Avenue, speaking on 7.5. You know, I've heard three people talk in favor of this, and all three of them say, we. All three of them, you know, they don't live in the area. It's not their property that we're talking about. Now, the sad part of this whole situation is there's 8 feet. I live at 729. There is 8 feet of property that City of Nampa still has an easement through. I don't know why it's so tough to put a sidewalk through there. We're all for a sidewalk. The problem we're having is to get your sidewalk in, you folks need another 7 feet is what we're down to of our property. That's our property. You have an easement of 7 feet that you haven't used yet. Now you want another 7 feet, and you haven't even used the 7 feet or the 8 feet that you have. And that's only so you can put bike lanes in on either side of the road, but you're going to take it out of our side. And the only reason we're talking about bike lanes is so that the City of Nampa can get federal taxpayer money to fund this project. Now, the original idea here was we're going to replace all these pipelines and everything else that are under the street. The pipes under our section of the road, where we're talking about taking our property, is some of the newer pipes in City of Nampa. I don't think they're 20 years old. On down the road closer to the high school, they're a little older. But that's not the property owner's fault. Why can't we have an 8-foot side or a 5-foot sidewalk put through that 8-foot easement that you already have? Now, along with that, we have been deceived, flat out lied to about what we're doing here. We hear we're going to do this and we're going to do that, and then when you say, well, come show me on my property where it's going to be. Well, it's going to be right about here. Well, if I get a tape measure in the center of the road and come to here, that's not even using up your easement. Oh, well, that's not actually the center of the road. It's actually going to be over here. The property that they want never seems to change. It always seems to be that same 16 feet. Now we're here and we got people that, you know, have a interest in getting it funded. That's budgeting. That's not our fault. Man, I love this town. I've lived here my entire life.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate you taking time to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our available time for public comment. I tell you what, I appreciate public comment. It's so important, and thank you to those of you that took time to be here this evening. Thank you. Okay, so now we have agency and commission reports. We have a lot before we even get into our meeting, so we definitely are going to be late on those public hearings. So, agency and commission reports. So, Chief Michael Stoll, thank you for coming, Canyon County Ambulance District, and you're here to talk about your override levy.
Yes, Madam Mayor, City Council, appreciate the time this evening just to visit a little bit about the ambulance district and why we're going to be on the May ballot for an override levy. We're asking going to the voters to ask for a $7.9 million override levy. That is to address the immediate needs of rebuilding a station in Nampa, constructing a new station in Caldwell, purchasing 2 brand new fully stocked ambulances, and hiring an additional 12 staff to staff those. So just a little bit about myself to begin with. Like I said, I'm Michael Stoll. I'm a chief of Canyon County Ambulance District. I'm a 3rd-generation Idahoan, grew up farming in Homedale, started volunteering with Homedale Ambulance in 1994 because I wanted to help out my community. About 10 years later, I made a career change, went back to school, got my associate's degree to become a paramedic. Started with Canyon County Paramedics in 2004. I worked as a field medic for A few years, I also worked as a field supervisor, promoted to deputy chief, and I've been the chief for the last 6 years. Been great to serve the Canyon County communities over the last 20 years, and hopefully I have a few more ahead of me to do the same. So hopefully you have the packet. I'm just going to touch a few of the highlights in the packet. I'm not going to go through every page. But before we get into there, just a little bit about the ambulance district. We function out of 9 stations throughout the county. We have about 70 field staff, a mix of paramedics and EMTs. We have about 12 staff in admin, including the chiefs and our billing department and admin staff. The other thing that comes up quite often, we had our first public open house the other night, and the question that comes up a lot is, aren't you part of the fire department, or aren't you part of the county, aren't you part of the city? Because there are certain areas in the country that there are. A lot of people moving into the area maybe think that that's how it is. And so just before we get into the packet, just for the city council, which you probably do know, and for the public, we are separate from the cities, we are separate from the fire districts, and even though we are called Canyon County, we are separate from the county. We're not part of their general fund, and we're also not part of their fund balance. So we are separate. We're a taxing district, we're a taxing ambulance district. So to jump into the packet real quick, the first page, page 2, is a little bit about the funding. And so the funding for us is crucial. We have 2 primary funding sources, and both of them have a pretty big limitation, which is why we're at where we're at right now, needing to go to the voters. The top graph is just a little bit about our revenue, about $500,000 in fiscal '24 for grants and interest and miscellaneous. Property taxes is about 30% of what we bring in for revenue, and then ambulance fees is about 65%. For fiscal '24, we also budgeted to use about $400,000 of our reserve fund. And the problem with that is, as the city knows, you need about 25 to 30% of your expenses in your reserve fund. For the ambulance district, that should be about $3 million. We have about $1.5 million in our fund balance. From October 1 to about the end of January, when we got our first big property tax check, we actually used $1 million of fund balance to meet our needs for expenses. When we get that first big tax check, we put money back in the reserve, but we're not putting it back in as fast as we're taking it out because of a couple of the issues that we have here. The first big one is the 65% of our fee-for-service of our revenue is fee-for-service, and this is why you get a bill if you call the ambulance and we transport you when we provide care, because 65% of our revenue is fee-for-service. And if you look at to the right of that pie graph where it says billing and reimbursement, and this is an example of a Medicare bill. So if the bill is $980, patient copay of $85, Medicare payment to the ambulance district of $334, and then the mandatory write-off of $561. So that's a pretty big problem there, because about 70% of our fee-for-service revenue falls within this pay scale here. So 70% of what we're bringing in from fee-for-service has that mandatory write-off. So that's a pretty big problem, which is why you see for fiscal '24, we're going to write off about $6 million under this fee schedule. So that is a pretty big problem when we've seen about a 20% increase in call volume over the last 5 years. Our revenue has not met that. And this is one of the key reasons why, is when you're mandated by Medicare to write off that much, you're just not going to catch up. So next page, page 3, that's the properties tax section. So that's about 30% of our revenue. And that first bullet point, so fiscal 2024, we took the max 3% and the new construction of foregone, and that was about $3.5 million. And then if we take the max, and I know I listened to the council's budget meeting a couple weeks ago, which was really helpful to listen to, we have that same need of, we need to take that 3% max, and even if we do that with the new construction, we're only going to gain about $200,000 from fiscal 24 to 25. So if you look at that, the Medicare write-offs and that 3% cap, we're not going to catch up without additional funding. It's just not possible. And so that's why we find ourselves where we're at right now. These pie graphs are really helpful. Anyone that pays property taxes, if you look at your property tax bill, you'll see the ambulance district is always at the bottom down there with mosquito abatement and CWI. We're about 1 to 2% of your property tax. And part of the reason is because we also get a fee for service, but 1% just does not go very far in this day and age. So we'll hop over to Page 5. That's a pretty good page there because of the map. This map shows where all of our stations are, or where we're stationed at, because the ambulance district only owns 4 of the 9 stations that we respond out of. This is a heat map. We've plotted all of our 911 calls as red dots on this map. And so when the red dots start gathering really heavy in one spot because of call volume, that turns yellow, that turns that heat. So off to the left of the map is Wilder. We have a paramedic unit out there that responds with Wilder ambulance. It's just a single paramedic out there. Middleton, we have an ambulance up there, 2 ambulances in Caldwell, and then the 5 in Nampa. And if you look at that, there's a pretty big gap of that yellow between those 2 ambulances in Caldwell and the first one that you see in Nampa. That's a problem. That's a big gap where there's no ambulance there. And that's the station that we're projecting. We need to build a station in Caldwell there. Partly is because if you jump to the very next page, page 6, you just have to look at just the top bar graph section. 20% of the calls that the ambulance district is running in Caldwell is coming from a non-Caldwell unit. So we're either bringing that Medic 4-3 out of Nampa 467 times, or our Middleton unit 461 times to Caldwell to run calls. And it might lend itself to say, well, that's a Caldwell need. Well, we're Canyon County Ambulance District. Our ambulances move around all the time, and they have to because we spend a lot of time going to Boise. So an ambulance leaving Caldwell to go to Boise, that's an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours being gone. So we do shuffle trucks around, and that's normal. We don't mind doing that. That's how the system works. We're just doing it way too often, and we're running out of ambulance. We call it level 0. We're having times where there's no ambulance available in the county because they're all on calls, and we're just short. We need 2 more units to the system. Let's jump to page 8. Medic 4-1, we do not own the station that is down there on the old Mercy Hospital campus. We had a great relationship with Mercy Hospital. That's how we started an ambulance, was literally in Mercy Hospital, just inside the ER. When I started here, we had quarters above the morgue there in the hospital. In 2010, they built the station for us down there, but we do not own that station. And so when Mercy Campus was sold, that station was sold with it because it wasn't ours. So Pedcor Company, and if you've been down there, you can see they're moving dirt finally, a building. They're going to tear down that station because it's not our station and it doesn't fit with their building, what they're going to do down there. So within a year or 2, that station's going to be gone. So we've got to rebuild that station. We've been working with St. Al's Nampa, and we're hoping to maybe repurpose that cardiology building that's still standing down there next to there, add a couple bays on it. We'll take about half that building, but that station is going away, and it's the busiest section of Nampa, that South Nampa section. So we've got to have that station. The next page, page 9, that just shows in Caldwell where we need to build that next station. And it's right around the Indiana Ustick area. And as you can see, that color there, the non-yellow and that pinkish, that unit actually comes into quite a bit of Nampa to cover. So it might sound like it's a Caldwell station. Well, it's a Caldwell unit that still also covers part of Nampa as we move units around. So that station, it would be a new station that we need to construct. And then the last page is the page that I added to this just because of some comments that I've made just in interviews and stuff about the reduction of services. So we currently reduce our services, and by reducing services, I mean having fewer units. So currently right now we have 9 units in the county. If you count the Wilder unit, even though it's not our transport unit, it's our medic. If we are short on staffing today, then we shut a unit down. If we can't staff it with overtime, if we just can't get enough people in, we got people on work comp, sick, vacation. If we can't staff it, then we strategically pick what units we're shutting down. So on this map, you can see the first unit we shut down is the Wilder unit because the call volume's less out there. It is just 1 paramedic. The second unit we shut down is a Nampa unit because we have 5 units in Nampa and 2 in Caldwell. We can't shut down a Caldwell unit. You just can't do that. The third unit we shut down is the Middleton unit because call volume's a little bit less out there as well. So we currently do that from time to time. I know we did it once last week. I think we had maybe all 3 of those units just shut down for either part of the shift or all of the shift. What we're looking at doing in fiscal 25, if we don't come up with additional funding, is actually budgeting to shut them down, not waiting for work comp or sick or vacation. We're just going to end up having a budget. In order to balance our budget without using fund balance, We're just going to have to figure out, are we even going to staff the Wilder unit? Are we going to staff maybe the NAMP unit only the front half of that Medic 4-5 in Nampa? Maybe in Middleton, same thing, because the call volume is a little bit heavier in the day and a little bit less at night, not a ton, especially if you're going to St. Luke's downtown from Caldwell. You might have had one call, but that call is going to take you 2 hours. So that's the part that I'm just trying to be really transparent with the public is, that's what I mean by a reduction in services, literally just shutting down a unit for either for all the time or just picking certain days of the week, certain hours of the day. It's going to happen because we're already doing it on a case-by-case unit. We're going to have to budget for it because we have to balance our budget without using fund balance, and you can't save that much in fuel, medical supplies. It's in staffing because that's the biggest part of anybody's budget is staffing. And so that's where we're at. That's why we're going to the public to say, here's our need. Let them help kind of decide what the ambulance district looks like moving forward. I know what it looks like from my point as the chief, and I don't like how that looks, but it is reality. It is what it is. When you look at the 3% cap and that Medicare write-offs, it just isn't there. With the growth that hit us with COVID and the popularity of this county, we all love it here. The funding just isn't matching that. So that's where we're at, and I'd stand for any questions. I know it was really quick, but...
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions? Councilman Haverfield.
Just one quick question. About Fire Station number 6, do you have any apparatus in that location?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, yes, we do. We had our Medic 4-5, which was downtown Nampa. It worked really well out there, but we knew as soon as Nampa Fire built Station 6 out there, we would move out there. That is the unit we shut down when, like last Thursday or Wednesday. That's the Nampa unit that we do shut down, is that unit in that station.
But isn't that closer to the area that you said is one of the hot spots?
It is, but when we look at where the ability to get somewhere quicker, that's the unit that we decided was easier to shut down. When we look at where the calls are coming from, because it doesn't always look like on a map that it should be, because some of it is how you get to the call. What are the streets? Where is the construction going on? And so it does change. I shouldn't say that it's permanently Medic 4-5, but currently Medic 4-5 is the one that we shut down. And partly it's just looking at the response times and how they're getting where they're going, but yes, it is.
So, okay, well, I won't get into the specifics of it then.
It evolves,
Thank you.
Yes.
I was going to say, I have some questions, but I think maybe for another time because of how late it is.
Yes.
But it really has to do with our fire station that we had a long time ago talked about having a shared use over off of Flamingo, and if there's any further discussion about that.
Yes.
But is there further discussion about that? Can I ask that question?
No, there isn't. It was definitely not without funding.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Are there any other questions? Thank you. This is really important.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
It is in the packet, and hopefully then for others, if they want to be able to follow up and then reach out with questions.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking
Please
the time.
do. Yep.
We
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
so much. Okay, so the next item in agency and commission report is our Healthy Impact Nampa Coalition update. So Jean and Keith, however we're doing this, thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
I'm just going to be quiet and listen. These guys are amazing. The work that is being done is outstanding, and I'm excited for it.
Thank you, Mayor Kling and Council. We appreciate you allowing us to give you an update today. Next slide, please. Thank you. Healthy Impact Nampa historical perspective, it really came to pass in 2017, and it was the result of the Blue Cross of Idaho Foundation for Health High Five grant. And what that grant had done was allow for a healthy conditions assessment to be completed by Vitruvian Planning, and it highlighted spots across the community where we knew that there were some challenges, but this confirmed it. Data has ensuingly reaffirmed that, and also highlighted some new and growing concerns. As Chief Stoll talked about, we've had a lot of in-migration. With that has come some additional challenges around housing affordability, housing access, and then also a variety of other initiatives that you'll see tonight. So during COVID, the think tank was kind of stood down to deal with the responsiveness that was needed through Nampa Ready that Amy pulled together, and then also the Hispanic Latino Task Force. But as those needs started to diminish, what we realized was we really still needed to come together. And so Mayor Kling re-engaged that group, and so we had our first meeting in May of 2023 to look at the data again, look at other sources of data, and then truth and proof a little bit of what we saw, and then assign some pillar subcommittee leads, and there are groups that now are meeting both in our larger group, but then also in subcommittee. So if you're part of Healthy Impact Nampa, could you please stand? We'll quickly call out some folks, or maybe you can just say your name quickly and what group you're part of.
Natalie Sandoval, I'm with the Housing Stability.
And Nampa School District.
Napa School District.
Greg Russell, Napa School District, Healthy Youth.
Yes. Awesome.
Greg Russell, Napa School District, Healthy Youth.
Okay. Amy Bowman, City of Nampa Healthy Youth.
Hannah Stark, City of Nampa Mental Health and Substance Abuse.
Jeannie Strohmeyer, the Stabilized Families, Healthy Families.
Loretta Shandorf, Transportation.
Lisa Boyd, Valley School District, Healthy Students.
Mark Stoyer, City of Nampa, Transportation.
Bud Comfort, NeighborWorks Boise, Affordable Housing.
Tom Wright, Nampa Fire Protection District, and Overdose Prevention, Mental Health.
Brenda Jones, St. Luke's, and I'm on a couple of different steer committees.
Claudia Weatherman with Terry Riley Health Services. We have one person sitting on mental health and substance use, and I'm on Healthy Families.
Keith Wagner, Grace Bible Church, Safe and Secure Families.
Thanks for doing that. We just wanted to show you the depth and breadth of the cross-sector collaborators we have involved so that you can see that it's not just healthcare, it's not just education, it's not just city, it's everybody linking arms to work together. Tyler Norris, who is a well-known facilitator, and he's really an expert in community health, he's been facilitating the work, and we've gotten to the point where now in your packet today, you should be able to see this document that the city hi, Ella, and she made it. They've put this together for you to look through, and then we're going to pass this over to Keith right now to kind of talk through some of what's happening. Then we'll come back up and wrap it up with some things that are shortly to come. So Keith, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to just update you what's been taking place in our city. There's some great things that are taking place here with the Healthy Impact Nampa. There are three things that we really want to accomplish with this. Number one, we wanted to identify some of the key needs that, some problem areas that are here. I don't think it's probably going to be any surprise when you see the 6 needs that are there in your packet and on the screen: housing affordability, stable housing, food access, food security, mental health support, substance misuse prevention, safe, stable, nurturing families, access to transportation, healthy youth, and schools. But what has come out of this has been shared resources and digging into what is taking place. And what I love about this, if you go to the next slide, you can see, it's a little small there on the screen, but in your packet you can see some of the key things that they have identified as priorities. So for instance, access to transportation, their big thing is improving the availability, accessibility, and efficiency of transportation alternatives provided to all members of our community. If you look at affordable and stable housing, they're one of the big things they're hitting right up front is organizing an annual housing forum to improve understanding of, create opportunities to have discussion on housing-related issues in Nampa. And they'll be doing several forums there, but in your packet you'll see some of the other bullets under there. When it comes to food access and food security, one key thing that we're hitting is to provide greater access to fresh and healthy food to especially persons in North Nampa. We have identified that as a problem area, and so they're working on that. Our healthy youth and schools, their big thing is to engage and align community resources to increase youth development and support programs, mental health, substance misuse, just working on strategic coordination, education, alignment of our resources to reduce what we, if you're paying any attention, it's a major issue here in our community, sadly, and as a pastor, I see this, unfortunately, in the funerals I'm doing to reduce suicides, especially among teens, prevent overdose deaths, and to support a thriving and extraordinary Nampa. And we have an audacious goal with this committee, and that is to reduce both of these by 10% by 2028. And I'm looking forward to that happening. Safe, stable, and nurturing families, our big thing is to empower our community members to become good neighbors to impact the health and stability of family. Now, it's not just that we have the big things that we're working on and identifying these needs and trying to knock them out. What I've loved, the second thing that's very important, is increasing collaboration here in our community. We have so many nonprofits, churches, businesses, hospitals, just great organizations doing incredible things. But we have identified that there is a weakness. We don't always work together, and we're not always aware of what else is going on. And already in the short time that we've been doing this, it'll be a year in May since we started this most recent chapter. Man, we have seen some incredible things. In fact, it's so good to have Tom Wright here. Tom and Jacob Evans, they've started something called the Nampa Narcan Initiative. And I know that just shortly as we got into this, the first month or two, there were several lives have been saved. We've already seen many who have been able to be moved into treatment, and we have been able to minimize death there. And I just want to give a big shout out to Tom Wright, to Jacob Evans for the great work that they are doing. We're seeing a tangible difference. Then I would also say quickly, I just said it in a meeting recently between Boys and Girls Club, CASA of Southwest Idaho, a couple other organizations, figuring out how we can share resources, share information, advocate together for needs. These are just a few examples of what is taking place in our city. And then before I bring Jean back just to share some upcoming events, the third thing I'd say, identify needs, increase collaboration. But then we want to engage the community. To understand the community is not a collection necessarily of individuals that share a zip code or share a city name. Literally, if you're a member of a community, you have an invested interest, not just in the good of our city, though that's important. You have a vested interest in the good of the person that lives next door, the person that lives on your block. I came across this statistic. Malcolm Gladwell included it in his book Tipping Point, but it's showed up in various other studies that I've looked at. It is actually just as, if not more, advantageous for a child to grow up in a good neighborhood with in an at-risk situation with at home than it is for a child to grow up in a good family but in a bad neighborhood. And what we want to see is people who call Nampa home embrace the opportunity that we have just as ordinary neighbors to make a difference in our community, to make a difference in our neighborhoods. And I have a feeling as we do this, it's going to make a difference. So I would just say this. If I want to make sure that even as city council, you're aware of what's taking place. You are always welcome. There is a standing invitation anytime we have a meeting for you to drop in, see for yourself what's taking place. But it's just an honor to be part of this commission. And so I thank you, Mayor and Council. Jean.
It's hard to proceed and succeed a pastor. Good job. I would say at the root and the heart of this are a couple of things. Every single person who lives in this community, their lives have value. Every single person. Whether we want to believe it, whether we want to see it, the reality is that they are here, and there's a huge need for resources. We've been seeing what we knew was going to happen after COVID, the food cliff. We are seeing increased needs that are far surpassing anything we've ever seen with the traveling table. Last week, we had to shut down after an hour and a half, and we had served more than 1,000 people on 9th Avenue, behind the old Pauls. We've never seen those kind of numbers, and when I had to update on Facebook, people said, oh my gosh, that's the only food we were gonna get. We did our first one in Caldwell last week, 570 people that we served in an hour and a half, and we ran out of food. These are unprecedented numbers, but these are every single one of you up there is responsible based on where you're now districted. You're responsible for those lives. Those are your constituents. I hear people say, well, they don't live in a home that they own. They're still paying the taxes on that. I guarantee you that landlord is taking the rent, and that's paying the taxes that are allowing you to sit through budget hearings to decide where those dollars are gonna go. Additionally, we look aside often. We drive right past where the most significant problems are. These are our neighbors, and when I look up there at what we all put up there, in God we trust, they trust also in God. And sometimes that's a hand of each of us stepping out, leaning in, and lifting up. So I want to ask each of you to be responsible and accountable for providing hope and help. This is not a public and a private sector issue alone. We've got our faith leaders, we've got all the people there. But without somebody like Mayor Kling saying we're going to invest in this, she'll take the 3 hours on a Friday when we're all together, and she gives all that time to sit through and listen to what's being brought forward. Every single person in this community has value. If we're going to say that every life matters, it needs to start with the people who need us the most. And for those of who I sat up there with you, you know I preach. That's just who I am. So I'm going to put some things up here, and we need you to lean in. Next slide, please. Upcoming events and initiatives. You should have received an invitation from Mayor Kling, if you're an elected official, to tour the town. We're going to go see what's happening, and I'm going to ask you to do 3 things. Be respectful, be responsive, and be committed to doing something after we leave. We're putting people on parade for everybody to come and talk to, and it's a little bit humiliating and embarrassing if you're living on Social Security and you're a veteran of this country, and all you can afford is $500 a month to rent a place. And without people making that affordable, it wouldn't exist. So we've asked people, please step up and show up, and we're gonna come in and visit with you. They need to know that they matter. Every single one of them matter. We're also going to do the Good Neighbor Initiative. Pastor Keith is going to be hitting all of you up. If we don't care, then why should anybody else care? We have to demonstrate first and foremost that we care and that they all matter, every single person. Where I live, in South Nampa, people 4 miles away over by Central Elementary die on average 9.5 years sooner, all from preventable causes. Every one of those was one of those pillars. Lack of access to health care, lack of access to good, healthy food, lack of access to adequate housing, poverty, all of these things, 9.5 years. If as a city we don't say there's something wrong with that, I can walk there in an hour and people die 9.5 years sooner, we have something that we have to do about that collectively. 988 decal stickers and billboards. I don't know if Chief Stoll is here, but Sarah Steer, one of his paramedics, started the Canyon County Paramedics Employee Association because she said we need to be first preventers, not first responders. We're going on far too many people who are losing to suicide, death by suicide, and we want to do something about it. Every agency, first responder agency around here has linked arms, and they're going to be putting a 988 decal on all of their ambulances, fire trucks, police cars, and then, brown bus transportation, that will say, for hope or help, call or text 988. So we're having those credible folks reinforce that we need to reach out and destigmatize and start having help-seeking behavior become normative. That's also a pillar of the Healthy Impact Nampa. They will also be going out as stickers into all of our schools, and then Texas Roadhouse donated some billboard space, and that message will be going up at that very busy intersection. In addition to See Kids Week, which is next week, Nampa, Valley View, Caldwell, Notice, Marsing, now it sounds like Homedale maybe, so we're kind of moving into the 2.0. But we need to reinforce to kids who a trusted adult is. You heard in every proclamation today what the mayor talked about: abuse, neglect, household dysfunction. We need to make sure that kids have a trusted adult in their life. That is the one key protective factor against death by suicide. 2 is even better, but those are non-parental trusted adults. So Marie, she's a trusted adult for every kid who walks through her door and after. We need to have a community that circles the wagon around our kids and our families. Our kids don't get a voice and choice very often, so we need to be that for them as often as we can. So you're going to hear more and more from all of us that we're leaned in, we're committed, but we need more to join. It's the same people who kind of show up and do the things. But what I'd say is it's not things. These are our kids, these are our communities, these are your constituents. And because Mayor Kling has brought us back together, expect to hear more from us, and we'll see you at Tour the Town next week. Thank you.
Jean, thank you so much. I tell you what, I just want to thank each one of you for leaning in, for making a difference, because our community is going to be different because of the work that you're doing. And it isn't because you have time, it's because you're passionate and you're committed, because you could all be doing something else, right? I just want to say thank you so much. I know everybody's got busy schedules, but thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Adam, how long is your presentation? I'm actually going to see if you could, I'm sorry to have you stay late, but I'm going to ask if you could do it after our first public hearing. So I'm going to have you stay. We're going to move to item 7.1 on the agenda. That's the only new action item we're going to get to, which is the impact study for Valley View School District. Then we're going to go to a public hearing, then we're going to come back to you, and then we'll come back. So we're going to jump around a little bit. Thank you, Adam.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So we are going to move to 7.1 on the agenda. This is an action item. This is actually, it's as much a discussion and possible action regarding a letter the City of Nampa relayed to the Valley View School District regarding a traffic impact study, acceptance and conditions. And actually, because Lisa Boyd is here and Joey from the Valley View School District as superintendent, I think when you're done, Daniel, Lisa, you shared some good information. I'm going to ask that you come forward and share that. I'd like you to...
First, and then staff report like we typically do, or?
Well, I think people need an understanding of where we are. So if you could give the overview, and then we'll give, I'd like for you guys to have the opportunity, Valley View School District. So if you don't mind giving the overview, that would be great.
Okay. So Mayor and Council, talking a little bit about just to start off, to give a little background, to talk a little bit about traffic impact studies and why we do them, what they are, and when we do them. A traffic impact study is a tool that the city uses and other jurisdictions use to identify what impacts a development will have on the surrounding transportation network. The city has adopted a traffic impact study policy. It was most recently updated back in October. They were minor updates and mostly just procedural for how we handled some of the things that we'd started doing over the years to put those in the policy. We didn't change what the requirements were when we triggered it or what was triggered by that. You can see here on the side, the traffic impact study looks at how many vehicle trips are we generating, and based on that, determines what level of a traffic impact study is required. So so that would be something fewer than 200 vehicle trips in any peak hour. They're required to look at each intersection both ways and any access points within a half a mile. And then they are required to look at the opening year. As we get larger, we branch out from that, and the scope gets larger and how far we're looking out gets larger. And we do that because the volume of traffic affects the impacts. So a smaller impact is going to be felt less. It's going to have a smaller likelihood of triggering things in those farther out years. And so that's generally what the traffic impact study is, what the scope of it is, and why we do them. And we require them for really anything: subdivision, commercial, industrial,
schools, they all require that if they trigger the threshold of having either more than 100 vehicle trips in any peak hour or over 1,000 vehicle trips per day. So looking at the Warhawk Elementary traffic impact study, it was one of it was classified as a larger study. It has 592 trips in the AM peak hour. The study looked at the required scope and the triggered impacts that the school district would be responsible for per our policy would be a 3x3 signal or roundabout at two different intersections, Linden and Northside and Linden and Franklin. The intersection there at Linden and Madison was an existing, it's an existing failed intersection, or not failed intersection, but below the threshold that we've identified to require mitigations. So in conjunction with the Highway District number 4, who has a lot of the roads up there, staff looked at that and said, we feel that there would be better benefit to not only the schools, but the traveling public to move that improvement at Northside and Linden from that intersection to Linden and Madison to provide a higher benefit. And so that's what's in the letter, is what's triggered there. The impact fees for streets that the school would trigger would be right around $325,000 based on the impact fees that we have established in code today. And so we kind of outlined, as we've had some internal discussions, we've outlined some different discussions of what some possible things, if the council wanted to provide some relief, what were some brainstorm ideas of what could possibly happen. And we came up with, as staff, we kind of came up with 4. We could exempt schools from paying impact fees, but still require them to mitigate the project triggered impacts. The state code, the state statute allows for impact fees to not be paid by other taxing entities that undertake development if the impact fee ordinance doesn't say anything. Our impact fee ordinance, at the time it was adopted, council chose to not exempt other taxing agencies, so schools, charter schools, public schools, not-for-profit hospitals, other things like that. Those are specifically called out in our impact fee ordinance as being required to pay impact fees. So that's one option. That would require a change to that code section there. That's where it talks about them not being exempted. We could exempt schools from mitigating project triggered impacts, but require them to still pay impact fees. That one's a bit challenging from a staff perspective as we talk about that one. That would certainly add a burden on the city's taxpayers to then fund those improvements that would now become background traffic improvements for further development that went in. We could implement a cost share for intersections and roadway mitigations and still require the traffic impact fees. So what we're talking about there is where we would be looking at the intersections around there, and we would collect a proportionate share of the needed improvements at that from this development, and then maybe the next one and the next one and the next one, until at some point we actually have the money to do that. That one's challenging just from the fact that it could be interpreted as an additional impact fee without a capital improvement plan, and likely may result in some legal challenges that would be that we may or may not come out well on or not. And so that one's, while it's possible, that one I think would be the longest lead time to be able to actually vet and make it a viable solution. And the last thing that we came up with is we could enter into a reimbursement agreement or latecomers with the school district for those improvements that are triggered. So they would put those in, we would enter a reimbursement agreement, and as other developments came in that area, we would then collect fees from them and reimburse the school for those impacts. That's something that is already contemplated in our policies and would be allowable. We haven't done those for traffic improvements previously, but it is allowable in our policies. We've offered it to others, but no one's taken us up on it. And that would be the staff recommended option as we talk about some of this relief. And so that's kind of the options. We can go into more detail if you want, or if you'd like, I can step down and let Valley View talk express theirs.
That might be a good idea to give Superintendent Boyd and Joey the opportunity. Thank you, Daniel. So this is a little bit unusual, Council, what we're doing this evening. You go ahead and come forward. But with the challenge that the Valley View School District is facing with the funding model and trying to, based on what our requirements are, we had some discussions. I've had considerable discussion with our team and with Lisa, and just thought, you know what, we need to have a discussion and let Council get involved and see what we can do. And so, Daniel, thank you for identifying those different options. Lisa, thank you so much. Sure, you have some more for over here. Thank you. Okay, so go ahead and get started.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, thank you for letting us speak on this tonight. Thank you for discussing it at all. I'm super excited to be able to put a school in the Nampa area. I was born and raised in Nampa. Nampa is my heart. I'm so excited to have this school over here. We need it desperately, but we are in a bit of a pickle. What I've handed to you are just some visuals to show you, and you'll know most of this, but this comes from the traffic impact study that we had done. This first sheet shows the developments that have been approved already within 1.5 miles of the site that we haven't started to build yet. That's over 3,000 houses if you add up all those developments in 1.5 miles surrounding that school. I'm very glad we passed a bond to build that school, but that traffic will be there even if the school wasn't going to be. And so when we did the traffic study and we came back, the second piece, so the second page you've got lists out those neighborhoods and those numbers. Your third page is another piece of the traffic impact study that is this grid that shows what's happening now. If anybody's driven out there, that traffic is not fun now. It shows what would be in the existing year when we open the school. The school is scheduled to open in 2025. It will be our smallest elementary to start with. If we look at, we're not done with boundaries by any means, but as I look at where we need to split them over there, Warhawk Elementary should have about 400 kids maybe to start, which is about half of what our other schools have now or less. We'll be taking half of the students from East Canyon, which is a mile away on North Side, and moving them that mile over to Warhawk. So we're reducing traffic on North Side and moving them over to Warhawk. But it will be our smallest school. But this grid shows what will happen in the opening year as well as the horizon year and clear out to 2035. And while we understand we have traffic mitigation to deal with, we understand we have a piece of that. All of our kids, because it's a safety zone, could be bused. So in reality, it could just be buses and kids walking. We know that that's not the case. Parents will bring their kids. Our concern came with the letter that came back from the city stating that we would be responsible for 2 sets of stoplights or roundabouts because those are incredibly expensive to put in. Our other question came with the roundabout at Linden and Franklin isn't triggered until 2035. So our confusion comes with we're opening in 2025, and yet we're responsible to mitigate the traffic that may or may not happen over the next 10 years if it's not really needed or triggered till 2035. And knowing all of the subdivisions and the growth that's going in around there and the other fees that are being collected, we just felt like we needed to come and talk to the mayor, talk to the city about what we could do, if anything, to mitigate some of this. Because as you know, when we put forth a bond, we have a certain amount of money we can ask for. Once we've got it, that's all we have. We can't go back to we could, but it's not a good idea to go back to the patrons to ask for another $1.5 million, $2 million to put in a stoplight. I don't think they understand that very well. We're also not developers or for-profit where we can't spread that amount out onto houses that we sell. It's much easier to spread that out over a lot of houses. It's minimal to the person who's buying the house, and it doesn't come off of their bottom line. We have a certain amount that we're allowed to work with. We're trying to get the best thing we can in that area and meet all the requirements that we need to for the city, because we want to be really good partners and get this school put in, get those kids a great place to be, and hopefully mitigate the need for more bonds for quite a while. That's why we're putting in two. We have one going in Caldwell over on the west side and one coming here in Nampa, and hopefully trying to split the district enough that we can keep all of them at a reasonable level for a while. The growth that's already approved between the two cities, when we overlay that over our boundaries currently, it will push a bunch of our schools near the 900 and 1,000 again. But for now, we should be okay for quite a few years if we can get them both built. So we're here tonight just to ask you to talk about or discuss other options if possible. I appreciate the options that Daniel and his group have come up with. We've looked at those as well. We have some preferred ones and some that are not super helpful in our opinion. And I would stand for any questions that you have. We just know this school is in response to the growth and the houses that have been approved. We wouldn't need a school out there if there wasn't all the development. And I know the development is able to happen because when Ridgeview was built, Valley View spent over $5 million pulling the sewer down Madison. That's allowed those developments also to be able to connect, to be built, to bring in more, funds for the city, impacts fees for the city, as well as just to build Nampa in the great community that it is. So we're trying to build a strong area over there and stay within budget.
Thank you, first of all, for sharing the $5 million that you invested in our sewer main, which the city has benefited. Thank you for sharing that. I would like you real quickly share, like you said, there's some that you'd maybe more be in favor of, and then the ones that are not so helpful to you. Could you very quickly explain those?
Absolutely. And thank you for asking. Number 4, the one that is the staff proposal, the latecomers fee, would not be the preference if we were able to choose. We have latecomers fees now on that sewer main. We have it for 20 years, but we've already been in for 6, almost 7, and we've only collected back $92,000 out of an over a $5 million build. So it's minimal what we get back, and it's very slow coming. There's no way that we will get back the amount that we're allotted or allowed to get back within that 20 years. I would be highly surprised if with latecomers fees we were ever able to recoup that. And it still wasn't the full $5 million. It was about 3.5, I believe, that was in the agreement that we'd be able to get back. As for the one that we would prefer, that would help us, and it would help in the future if we were to build more schools, is the option 2, where we're exempt from the mitigation, but we do pay the impact fees. If we know those fees ahead of time, we can budget in. I can put them in my bond amount. I know exactly what they are. Right now, what we've got is our guys are great at estimating. We're going to need to do this. It might be this much. It might be this type of impact that we need to take care of. And so they try to put it in the bond estimates for me. So when we go out to our patrons, we have a good amount in there, and we're not going to be short. We can get the project done. But it would be really clean if we knew exactly how much. This is what the fee is going to be when you build this size of a school in this area, or however that would be figured, as opposed to figuring out the mitigation. Because the trick with that is, and I guess I'll learn, I was trained to educate and teach, not to do construction, so I'm learning real fast, lots of pieces. But one of the pieces is we don't do the traffic impact study typically till after, because it costs us $20,000, $25,000, till after we've passed the bond. Then we do the impact study. Then we find out what it is and get back from the cities what we're going to be expected to do. By then, we're well into, this is what we've got, and how do we now make that work with what's required? What I've learned is, although it's probably cost prohibitive, if we're going to do another one, figure out where we think we might do it or where we think we have land, do the impact study first, and then ask, where's the best place? If we have 2 pieces of land and we do impact studies on both, what are the requirements? What can we afford? We're going to put it here versus here. But we're not at that point, because that's not typically how it runs. The impact study comes after. So then we're just kind of at the mercy of whatever's required, and fingers crossed we can cover all of that.
I appreciate that. Council, do you have any questions? I guess I have a question because I know I've had extensive discussions with staff, and I don't know if I've asked it this direct, but so my question, which I've shared, is that I'm struggling with having to fulfill a 2035, and we've got so many new subdivisions coming in because the new people coming in, right, you're not going to have to grow to 800 if the houses don't come. So we're expecting traffic mitigation for a school of 800 kids. They're starting at 400. It's not going to go to 800 unless you have the houses to support the 800, but we're not charging the subdivisions to do it. We're charging the school to do it 10 years from now. I struggle with that concept because I'm thinking we need the schools, but we're putting a huge burden on. And so if you did not have to do the second signal, could you do the one plus your impact fees that you've got? The one that you have to do, right? Because there's certain mitigation that you have to do.
Yes.
So you could do that if you didn't have to fulfill 10 years down the road.
Correct.
Okay. So the reason I brought it before council, because this obviously isn't my decision, and you guys may disagree with me, but I'm just scratching my head thinking we need schools. It's important to have the schools there, and sometimes I just wonder about how we do things as a city if it helps support the schools and what we need for our kids. So, and our staff is so patient. Crystal, thank you. You've been very patient with me asking a whole lot of questions. So Councilman Haverfield, and then I would ask if staff has any comments. Crystal, I think you do have comments. Okay.
Go ahead and let her.
Okay, go ahead, Crystal. Lisa, thank you.
Yes, thank you
We may
very
have you
much.
come back, but thank you.
Don't go too far. We're partners in this. Mayor, council members, thank you all for being here today. I've got to be honest, I don't envy you sitting in those chairs tonight. This is one of those issues that honestly and candidly is one of the harder ones in my job and not one that I'm enjoying. It's one of those that kind of tugs at the heartstrings. Y'all know I just had 3 little kids, right? So I'm already starting to plan where they're going to go to school, what's going to happen. So the fact that these were triggered on a school instead of, a different development, it's hard. That being said, my job here is to advise you guys on the technical aspects of this and to look at it from a fairness as far as city is concerned and all of our citizens and not just the ones in these impact areas. So Daniel did a really great job of putting up those options, and Mayor, I could even throw in other options. There's a lot of different caveats that we can do. When this came before us, we're like, wow, this sucks, and we started brainstorming. We started doing pretty extensive research on other schools in the near area and other entities that also administer things like this, and kind of compare and contrast how we're doing ours. And I think we've left that out just slightly. So first I want to talk about a couple of schools that went in recently in that area-ish. Schools obviously aren't built right next to each other. There was a couple that happened on a Waihe storm just to the east of this location. Both of those were administered through Ada County Highway District. In both of those instances, the impact fees were waived because they do not have in their city ordinances that they have to charge impact fees to schools like we do. So we don't have that option right now. It is something that we could explore further down the road across the board, but code changes are slow, so it's not really going to help Valley View right now and make sure that we're keeping them on their schedule. But I would recommend also that we potentially look at that in the future. One thing that Waihe High School did is after they did their traffic impact study and saw the impacts that were triggered. I want to say it was like 5 to 6 intersections is what they triggered, so it was pretty extensive. They looked at rezoning their boundaries, which changed the trip generation. They completed a new traffic impact study that showed a different set of triggers and then moved forward from there. That is something we could potentially look at in this instance, not the rezoning part, but maybe a new TIS. In the fact that typically when these are done, it's single passenger vehicles. If we could somehow, and I'm not a TIS expert, there's much smarter people out there than me that do those, but we could look at buses as a trip instead and see if we could lower that 592 trips that were projected down to below and make it a medium level, and that could go out to 5 years, right, Daniel? 5 years on that one? Quote, unquote. Which may not trigger one of those intersections. We also didn't share the costs because candidly we don't know what they are yet for a signal at both of those locations. Best guess that I can tell you right now, the next signal that we have going in is at State Highway 45 in Locust. That's a 5-lane intersection, not a 3-1, so it's going to be much more expensive. The construction estimate on that I received just a couple weeks ago from the state is $1.8 million. That's for a 5x5 signal, right? So I would put this one offhand somewhere between $1 million, $1.5 million tops, but most likely it'll probably be on the lower end of the range there, just because we have a lot of right-of-way at both of these intersections already. So looking at what the impacts are to the school, I want you guys to recognize it's going to be maybe $3 million to $3.5 million probably for all of the impacts together. So that's what we're looking to mitigate. Daniel also shared that latecomers agreement is our preference, and we do that with a heavy heart as well, recognizing that it's not going to help Valley View School District right now. It's just our way to try and give back to the school district, help pay that proportional share, while still being fair to every citizen within the city. I really like the option 2 as well, where we don't make them put in triggered impacts right now, so don't install those 2 signals right now. Unfortunately, neither one of those intersections are on our approved impact fee list, which means, Daniel already said, Linden and Madison is already operating sub-capacity right now, so there's already problems. It's not on an approved list. We can't make the dollar stretch that far. So we either give up another project and try and put that on an impact fee list, which could be a few years down the road, or it just doesn't get built. And in either scenario, the users of the roadway are really going to feel those impacts.
Ask real quickly, which intersection are you referring to there? Because we have the first one they need, and then we have the 2035 Franklin Linden, I think is that one.
Yeah,
That's
so
the 2035 impact.
Go ahead, Daniel.
So Mayor, both of the triggered signal improvements are in the horizon year. So both Northside and Linden and the Franklin and Linden are triggered in the horizon year, in that 2035 horizon year.
So both of them are, but
Both
we're
of them.
requiring them to do them all right now, even though they're triggered in the horizon year of 2035.
So if there would be the ability for the city to enter into a memorandum of understanding where if that were of advantageous to the school to install them at a later time before those impacts are, before that 25-30 or 2035 timeframe. We have done that with developers where they start a phase and then they come in with those improvements afterwards. But we have a memorandum of understanding, a contractual agreement with them that they will come back and do that prior to that trigger. With the school district, obviously with their funding methods, that's probably would be difficult for them to enter into that. I would let Lisa speak to that, but you know, the ability to do that type of an agreement where it says, okay, go ahead and open the school, come back in 5 years and build that improvement. We're certainly open to that, but I don't know that that would be feasible for them with the way that schools are funded currently.
Thank you. Yes.
Daniel, so you kind of hit upon, I was thinking of deferral, some type of deferral, where instead of the district getting reimbursed, the project gets reimbursed.
Are you thinking that who would be funding at that point?
Well, potentially it'd be City of Nampa, possibly in conjunction with Highway District 1.
So this would be District 4.
District 4.
Yeah, Highway District 4.
Oh, yeah, 1, I mean south, 4.
Yep.
Sorry.
The challenge with that is that we have our impact fees, and we have set our impact fees to do the projects that we do. Not all of the projects, the projects that we do are not fully funded by impact fees. There's city funds that we have to match those impact fees to be able to build, because there's background traffic there that has, it's not all growth-related need there. And so if we were to fund construction of these, it would impact our ability to do our impact fee projects as well. So is that possible? Yes. Does it have consequences beyond? Yes, as well.
So it'd have to be a separate funding mechanism than the impact.
Right. If
right?
we had a funding source other than the streets fund, that could potentially be an option. I think it would be very challenging to come from the streets fund.
Well, what about the latecomer fee that we've talked about? If you don't have to build this for 5 years, why aren't we charging the latecomer fee to every subdivision that's coming in where the real growth is coming from? Why aren't they paying into this future traffic signal?
So, Mayor, I will say that if we were to enter into a reimbursement agreement now, the vast majority of those subdivisions out there that are approved are not building homes yet. So many of those homes would end up paying into that reimbursement agreement.
That in the next 5 years? I mean, because I guess my thought is they have to, somebody, I guess I don't understand why if we're having new subdivisions built and the school isn't going to go to 800 kids if you don't have the kids to go to the school. So why don't the subdivisions partner and pay for their piece of this improvement instead of the school having to capture it all? Why can't they pay into it when they come in? Just like a latecomer's fee, but they're doing it as they come in.
So the way that our policies are set up today are not that way. And that's kind of that third option that we talked about that I'll be honest, I have concerns that we would have a significant legal challenge to be able to do something of that nature. It would be very challenging under the statutes that we have for impact fees and that. I won't say it's impossible, but I believe there are some challenges there that would take some significant time to work through and make it viable and replicatable throughout the entire development community, because that's what we would need to do.
You've heard me say this, and if you don't mind me, well, I'll be quiet, and I'll say my thing later, because Councilman Haverfield has a comment. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor. First off, it says that it's an action item for discussion and possible action, so it's not a required action tonight.
No.
I have a lot of questions that keep popping up. I've been on that side of this podium speaking to this body about latecomers, development, potential. The underlying or undertone of the Valley View School District was a part of a lot of those projects because of lack of capacity and student enrollment. So I've been on both sides of this, so it's a chicken and egg thing. It really is. Tonight, I'm wondering if we're talking about negotiating some sort of a settlement that works for everybody, or if is this time sensitive? Can we allow our staff to work with the Valley View School District to talk, and maybe even legal to talk through? Otherwise, I'm wondering if this needs to be a public hearing. I'm told that it's not. No, if we need to have a public hearing, if we're talking about using tax dollars to fund things that they might not have had to fund before, and then it's a broader discussion that the taxpayer might need to be involved with. I don't know that. All I'm thinking is I had two of the items in my pre-review that I had highlighted. One was the reimbursement as recommended, and the other one was the one that was mentioned as the preference for Valley View. So I'm open to either one. I've just fought for the reimbursement approach on other projects before, and I see the value in that for the development side and the costs associated with it, but that's on the commercial side, not in schools. So I can see their dilemma going forward, but they're the ones that are driving some of the growth as well. So it's kind of an open, it's a discussion. It's what we're having right now, but making a decision tonight, I'm not sure that I'm ready to.
Maybe not. So I think this is time sensitive. Lisa, can you speak to this, the time sensitive nature of this decision?
Currently, in our plans, what it has said that is for occupancy, we need to have our turn lanes done. The two intersections aren't at least as what's written, key to being able to open the school. So as long as our building permits and our occupancy go along the normal way, just like they would regardless of what we're putting in that way, we'd be fine. If it holds up those building permits, we'll be in trouble with the 2025 opening.
Okay, so let's ask that question because I think, I know Jeff, you're back there. Would this hold, can we ensure that the building permits can move forward while we're still figuring this out and not hold something up so they can get going? And then we can come back and have this discussion because we've had quite a bit of discussion with staff. We don't need to go back with the exception of guidance from the council. That's why we're at council, because we've come to this place of here are these options, which direction do we need to go, and what can we do? So there may need to be a legal opinion to what we're allowed to do. I don't know that you guys have approached legal, is that correct, on this particular issue? So it sounds like we're not ready to make a decision tonight. I think what I'd like to ensure is the building process. We can go ahead and move forward for you.
So we can certainly move forward with the building permit. The reviews are already happening and those types of things. Typically what we would do in this type of a situation is that we would condition their certificate of occupancy on there being a resolution. And if they're not opening till 2025, we have quite a bit of time to come to that resolution. The other side of that obviously is what does that funding implication for Valley View, for the city, and that. But that certainly will not hold up the building permit review and being able to issue that permit. We can certainly condition it such that this is all resolved prior to them opening the school. And if for whatever reason we're still working through that at that point, we can work those conditions or an agreement between us and the school to make that work, certainly.
So we have time. Jeff, thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate it, listening. We will ensure that your building process, the permit, you can move forward because we don't want to slow you down. I know you have a deadline. And so we want to move forward with that. Because of time, we will, unless there's a further comment, question, there's a couple of questions, and then we'll come back at another council meeting. So yes, go ahead, Councilman Woman.
So on that intersection, so that number 2 that was on there, it was the Franklin and Linden, either that intersection or that roundabout. So we just had approved a subdivision just to the northeast of that, and we just recently discussed this. Were they added into that to have to?
Their traffic study was done prior, and they received their approvals prior to that. And so when we look at that, and another traffic study comes in that area, they have to look at it as if that subdivision were built already. Because we've approved that, they have an entitlement to build that, and so that becomes background traffic. And so they look at that just like we do with other subdivisions as they come in. That becomes background traffic, and it's added to the analysis.
So what does that mean? Excuse me, could you, what does that mean?
Bottom line is, they're still paying an impact fee when they pull a building permit.
Absolutely. Each of those projects are still paying a building permit fee. Their traffic study, they did not trigger the improvement being needed that we're talking about tonight.
They didn't trigger that it had to happen now.
Right. They did not trigger it in their opening year, in their horizon year. Their development did not trigger these improvements.
So then let's say that we did decide, if we were making a decision and we went with recommendation 4, which is what staff is recommending, and that's where the reimbursement thing, would that subdivision then trigger a reimbursement, or no, because it didn't trigger the impact study?
So the reimbursement agreement, we would enter that agreement with Valley View. It would come before the board or the council for enactment of that. And so we would establish what the boundaries for that reimbursement agreement are, and each property owner within that area would receive notice that we are entering into, and they would be able to provide comments. Likely that could happen early enough that prior to homes being built in the majority of those subdivisions, and there may be a few homes in some of them that are built that would happen prior to the reimbursement agreement being finalized through council. But once that is finalized, all those homes in there would pay part of that reimbursement agreement.
And normally, with how long does that reimbursement take? Because they were saying it was like a 20-year on the ones that they've seen before.
So the typical term for a reimbursement agreement is 10 years. In our policy, we allow for some longer timeframes for sewer work that is deep and large trunk lines. We allow for some longer durations because they cost, there's a higher cost to that. And so we allow for some longer timeframes to try to capture more of the development happening in the area for that reimbursement.
So with this not having water, sewer, it's just above ground infrastructure, would it be less time then?
I would anticipate that we would recommend a 10-year period on it.
Okay. And last question is, unfortunately, our legislative session is not over yet, but House Bill 521, how would that, if that does pass, how does that impact this decision and other school projects?
So, Mayor, Councilman Jangila, I did review that. Looking at it, I didn't see where that played necessarily into the specific traffic issue here. I would say that Lisa Boyd or Joey Palmer probably have a better grasp of how that plays into their bonding models and that, but I don't believe it makes there's specific impacts related to the traffic here. It looked to me that it was more general on the bonding and the potential for having some other funding sources to help pay back some of those bonds. Am I capturing that correctly?
Yeah, I think if I were going to bake a bet when they actually finalize this, that we would not be able to use any of that money for anything in terms of traffic. Their big thing is it's the building and where kids are, the building where they're educated, not the other stuff that's around it. So I think there will probably be a lot of red tape with it, as usual, but that would be my bet, is that I couldn't be sending a check to the city for setting up a stoplight versus the building itself. But we'll see.
Makes sense.
So, Mayor?
Okay, we have two other people. So first is Councilman Rodriguez, then Councilman Reynolds, and then Councilman Bills.
Okay, Daniel. Natalie basically answered the last question I had, was what was the turnaround time for reimbursement? And that I see that Lisa said that they received $92,000 in collection, and that's going to be the same situation. And that's going to be the same situation that we have, that we will get, because we've had these projects before. We've had them, we've done the money, and then they never pay us back because it takes forever. So the problem that I have is basically this: is there another option or opportunity for Valley View to continue with the impact fees? And I also believe that is something we need to look at. Is in cooperation with the school and us. However, when you say the city is going to front the money, like we would be doing basically, there's a percentage we should attach to that to recoup our loan, I guess is what it is. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mayor, Councilman
We're
Rodriguez.
actually loaning Valley View money to do the construction, and then they pay us back, basically. But the taxpayers are having to pay for that.
Actually, the way it is, Valley View is fronting everything. Even in a latecomers, the latecomers agreement, Valley View has to front everything. And like they did on the last wastewater one, where it was $5 million for 20 years, and they're 6 or 7 years in, and they only have $92,000.
Right.
If they have to front it all, they can't. They've got to cut something in their building because they can't afford it.
Right.
So if we were to do a latecomers fee, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board.
I see.
So that really isn't an option. So then the question is, what do we do? But
Yeah,
anyway,
no, thank you. That's what I was thinking. I was a little bit confused on exactly where this was going and how we, the taxpayers, was going to get involved with this. So I'm good.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Reynolds.
I have a couple of comments. So Looks to me like option 1, 2, and 3 can be potentially complex based on how we treat other developers, et cetera. I would like to have, for future discussion, if we bring this up again, a legal opinion on 1, 2, and 3. Option 4 is clear cut. And so I would like to have some kind of a legal brief on what we open ourselves up to.
Councilman
for
Reynolds,
1, 2, 3.
Option 1 is relatively straightforward. It's just a change in code. The state code allows for the exemption of other taxing entities to not pay impact fees. It would just be a change in our ordinance to then allow that as well. So that one is relatively straightforward. It would just require a change in the ordinance. It may shift the fee slightly up just to cover then that revenue that we would not be taking in impact fees, but that one is a relatively simple, and I don't think there's legal issues with that one.
In this case, that's about $390-some thousand.
$325,000.
$325 that they would not be paying.
Okay.
In impact fees.
All right. And then my second comment was back to the mayor's original comment about option of taking one traffic light and I think it was doing away with making them pay for one traffic light and pay the impact fees and not both traffic lights.
Correct.
I think that that's a simple, clean option, and we can figure out how to get that second traffic light in the future. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Councilman Bills.
Daniel, on the reimbursement that you were talking about a moment ago, would that be in addition to the already calculated? So these other developments that come forward, and you were commenting that when they pay their fee, there's also going to be, so is that a tag on?
That would be in addition to their existing impact fees, yes. Just like the latecomers for the utilities is in addition to their normal connection fees.
But that issue would come to them as an after the fact.
It would, but it would come at the time of building permit, not necessarily at the time of development. And so that is certainly something, if you want, we can reach out to those developers and see if there are concerns with that. I would, that's a discussion we can have with them to see if there's concerns on that side of things.
Yeah, my concern, I fully understand the concerns that have been expressed as far as for the school in both intersections. It comes down to the integrity of the impact fee ordinance as a whole. And I'm concerned that if we start parting in peace and without legitimate agreements, then are we going to trigger a suit at some point that's going to unravel the whole thing? So that's my concern for council is to not open up an avalanche that puts us in a tough situation.
Mayor and Councilman Bills, I think staff shares some of those concerns as well.
So for sake of time tonight, what I'd like us to do is get with legal counsel and ask for you to give an opinion. For example, where I think it was number 2 that suggests that, well, actually, it's what Dale and I talked about, but it may be what Councilman Bills is referring to, is that if we have them pay impact fees and only do one of the 2 signals, and then use other people that are coming in that are raising the traffic up, they have to help fund for that traffic for that other signal. Where does that position us legally? So if we could take a look at these options, you could provide us some legal guidance, then we'll bring this back either in, I would think maybe in a month, because at least, does that work with Valley View? Give us time to research it, have further discussions, and then we'll move forward after we do a little bit of research. Does that sound like a plan? Okay, thank you for this. So we'll come back. Thank you. Okay, so we're almost an hour and a half late on public hearings. I need to ask a quick question. How many people in the audience are here for 7.5 on the agenda? How many people are here for our public hearing? I think I'm going to have you wait. Thank you. We are going to move to 7.5 on the agenda. Thank you for waiting, but I think that we've got an audience full of people waiting for 7.5 on the agenda, so we are going to move to that, which, Daniel, it brings you right back up here. So 7.5 was an action item, or is, and it's to authorize to proceed with the design of Lake Lowell Avenue rebuild between Midland Boulevard and 12th Avenue Road with the recommended roadway configuration. And I will say, how many of you would have testified if given the opportunity? Okay, a few more of you possibly would have, but we didn't have that opportunity. But we did hear from 3 of the 5 or 4 of the 5 were Lake Lowell. What? No, we're speaking on I'll go back to my notes that I took because I've got it down. All 5 were all. Okay, I was trying to think, couldn't remember how many were. Thank you. Okay, so thank you, though, for that testimony. And then, Daniel, thank you for taking us through the presentation. Then we'll have some good discussion.
So, Mayor and Council, we've talked about this a few times before. The Lake Lowell Rebuild Project, we started in 2019. And if you look through the packet, there's a history of the public involvement, public meetings, all of that type of stuff that we've gone through. So I won't necessarily go through all of that. The most recent meeting that we had was back in February over at West. The original design for as we started the design process, the original design was our standard collector roadway, an 80-foot right-of-way, 40-foot from section line either way. As we looked at that design and had a number of public input concerns over that, mostly here in this area between Stanford and Arrowhead Street. We have a number of properties through there that are older development, closer to the road than would typically be allowed in today's codes, but they're there. And so the concern was with how far that came into their property and how close it brought them to their homes and their structures. And so as we had those discussions with internally with staff, come on, let me go. We came back with some alternatives and had some additional discussions. The original right-of-way need from that design would have been 15 feet from the existing 25-foot prescriptive right-of-way. So the city, per state statute, we have a prescriptive right-of-way of 25 feet from the section line, not from the center of the road. Lake Lowell is not quite centered directly on the section line, and so that accounts for some of that discussion of where exactly that sits. And so the redesign that we looked at would bring that to a 2-foot right-of-way acquisition need with a 5-foot easement in this area. So we would reduce some lane widths. This was one of the concepts that we looked at with the input from the Bike and Ped Committee. More recently, we have updated our recommendation to eliminate the bike lanes and go with a 9-foot sidewalk that would allow for bikes and pedestrians to share that space and have adequate room. It's not quite adequate room to allow for a true side use or side path that allows for bidirectional bike traffic. So we would have that 9-foot sidewalks on both sides. That maintains that minimal right-of-way need there of the 2-foot to get to the back of the sidewalk, and then it would be a 5-foot easement that would not have roadway improvements, but that would allow for the power poles to go in that portion right behind the sidewalk. In addition, the discussion was regarding the parking there between there in front of Mode's subdivision there between the high school and Stanford. We recognize the challenges there and would propose that we meet with each of those affected property owners that would be losing on-street parking there, and that we would work with them for the project to make improvements to their private property lot to add some additional parking spaces for those based on their needs. It's from a transportation standpoint, parking on our arterials and collectors is not ideal. It tends to add accidents to the roadways just from the additional vehicles pulling in and out, vehicles blocking sight lines to vehicles coming out of driveways and those types of things. So from a standpoint of just general policy, staff would recommend that we avoid on-street parking on our major roadways. That's a challenge. Obviously, we've looked at it here. We've looked at it at Midland a number of years ago when Midland, the north section of Midland, went to a 4-lane section. We had to do away with parking there. And we understand the challenges, but we would propose to mitigate that through the project by doing improvements on the private lots to add parking there to address that concern. So the proposal that we would have, that we would request design authorization to move forward with, and this is just design authorization. This is not, we don't have a construction year. As was mentioned, this is a project that we are looking to have a shelf-ready project that we can go after grants, that we can help fund projects that aren't necessarily in our budget process right now to help advance those improvements as we go forward. So the proposal that we would look at would be 11-foot travel lanes, eastbound and westbound, a 12-foot center turn lane, and then you would have 2 feet of curb and gutter on either side, and then a 9-foot sidewalk on either side. And that would get us down to that 2 foot of right-of-way acquisition in the area that I talked about, 5-foot easement, and then the proposed meeting with the property owners affected by the no parking to provide some improvements there to help mitigate the loss of that parking.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Daniel. Is that it? Are you ready for questions? Yep. Okay, yes. Okay, Councilman Bills and then Councilman Haverfield. Does anybody else want to be in line? And then Councilman Jangula and Councilman Reynolds.
Rodriguez.
So,
I'm sorry, Rodriguez. I'm sorry. It's an R today. I am so sorry. In my head, it's Rodriguez. Sorry. Sorry, Victor.
That's okay, Mayor.
so I spent a bunch of time reading through and looking at this, et cetera, and my struggle is why we got to go beyond the 5-foot sidewalk, and I understand trying to combine, but today there's no bike lane. There has been no bike lane, and it seems like on existing situations like this, we're trying to shove brand-new designs that we would typically do where nobody's living at ag ground. So I'm kind of a mindset to reduce the sidewalks and try to keep it simple. So that's because we're going back in an existing situation, and it seems like we would pare down as best we could on the width and potentially in that area, whether to almost make the curb like a 300 feet of drive, slip down, so it still collects water, but it's not a vertical up, and let the sidewalk go down, and if people park on it, then so they do, but then it's a question mark of enforcement of not parking on sidewalk. I don't know, I feel like when we're in these existing situations, we've got to think further beyond trying to fit the new standard back into existing situations.
So, Mayor, Councilman Bills, obviously, if we want to go that direction, we can. We have adopted policies and plans for our bicycle and pedestrian master plan that identify this as an area that we want to have these types of improvements to connect to the Wilson pathway, to connect to the school, the high school, the Centennial Elementary that is looking at being repurposed for other public use. So we could do that. The challenge will be is that we would not be eligible for grant funding if we don't look at those things and account for them within the design. And so if that's the direction, then this project will likely not proceed because we don't have identified city funds to take. We would look for another project where we have the ability to get a shelf-ready project that would be eligible for the grants opportunities that we're seeing. And this would move out until the city could fund those improvements to do something of that nature.
Well, I understand, and, you know, it may be that there's some of those funds, if the GO bond passes, that gets repurposed for some of this going back in and solving some of these. We talked about sidewalk issues and other things in that GO bond. Therefore, we're not seeking the grant monies when it doesn't fit the peg, so to speak, doesn't fit. You know, I'm not sure, you know, that, my concern is when I went through it and studied it, it just seemed like we're trying to build a major new highway as if we were out miles to the west or up on the north side in terms of the width and the sidewalks. And I understand the ped ramp deal and so forth, and I appreciate the people ride bikes. I was a bike rider, et cetera, at one time, but they don't fund it. And so it's tough, and that's why you go after the grant. I understand that. So I think we got to do something. I'm tired of seeing so much gravel roads, and we don't have anything on the edges. I think, you know, but we also need to find a section that we can say this is our, go back in to the existing neighborhoods and help make things happen versus the wide stuff. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Councilman Haverfield followed by Jangulin Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question. What's the road right-of-way on Lake Lowell?
It varies. There are sections that are 80 feet. There are sections where we have portions to the north that are dedicated, but it's the prescriptive on the south. So it does vary depending on what section you are looking at.
So on the south side, is it pretty much 40 feet from center line between 12th Avenue and Midland?
No. There are sections through there where it's just prescriptive right-of-way.
Prescriptive being how wide?
25 foot from the section line.
25. And the improvements that were mentioned were approximately 56 feet, if you add it all up. The 9-foot sidewalk, 2-foot curb and gutter, 11-foot drive lane, 12-foot center line. I come up with 56 feet. So they're still within the, well, it would be 1 foot off then of the prescriptive from the center line.
So as we've looked at the design, in order to maximize the utilization of the existing facilities and that, we were looking at a 2-foot right-of-way need on that south side.
So 2 foot beyond the current prescriptive.
Correct.
So
Is that, could you explain what that is, though? Is that, like the gentleman earlier said, we have an 8-foot easement? Are you looking for an additional 2?
So yes, that would be the existing prescriptive right-of-way is 25 feet from that section line. The improvements that we would propose would bring that need to 27 feet, and then a 5-foot easement to be able to plunk the power poles in right behind that sidewalk.
Okay, so that's where the 7 feet comes from, because you've got a 2-foot you're going in an additional 2 feet plus a 5-foot easement in addition to the 8-foot we already have.
Correct, but the
Okay.
easement would not be ownership change. It would just be a right for the power poles to go in there. It would not necessarily change the
To set in their yards.
improvements there, other than right where they dropped the power poles.
Okay, Councilman Haverfield, I interrupted you, excuse me.
So my question then was, do the power poles fall within the 40-foot easement at this point?
The power poles currently are within the existing prescriptive right-of-way. When we
Prescriptive being the 25-foot or the 40?
being the 25-foot, correct.
Okay, so go ahead and continue.
So when we do our project, we work with Idaho Power, and they are required to relocate those out of our way. And so they would move those back into that new 5-foot easement in that section.
We are talking about shifting the poles then.
Yes, the power poles would move a couple of feet.
So would that impact the property owner's green space, I guess, is the question.
So there are a number of properties that have landscaping improvements that encroach on the prescriptive right-of-way that would be removed, and then the portion, if we were to design to that 27 feet, that portion would be removed. The landscaping within that 5-foot easement would not need to be removed. It would just, the power poles would be placed within that.
Okay. I drive this road every day, obviously, and the north side of Lake Lowell is already sidewalk from 12th Avenue to Midland. So there is a safe route to school provided there. There is a signal, Hawk signal at the Wilson Pathway, so you can get across to the north and go if you're on the south side. There is not one, but there is a crosswalk there is that Mason? I think it's Mason Lane, where the kids cross over. And then the balance, there is a sidewalk all the way to 12th Avenue there. So that's why I was wondering, what we're talking about doing here is those power poles seem to be a significant challenge. So if they're moving those, and that's a part of this concept and cost.
And that is not a cost to the city. They are in the public right-of-way, and they are required to move when our projects come through.
When we're ready to do something.
Yes, that is not a cost to the city.
That was a major impediment, I thought, to the whole idea. It's a cost associated with all that overhead power on the south side of Lake Lowell. So, but then again, as we've talked this through, adding a bike lane along with the widened sidewalk didn't make sense to me.
And that's, the revised, we would do one or the other. We would not do a widened sidewalk and a bike lane. It would be a widened sidewalk or a bike lane.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Jangula.
Yeah, Daniel, how many homes does this approximately affect on this stretch here?
Do you remember off the top of your head? For the right-of-way acquisition area, yeah, probably around 10 or so.
Okay, so we're talking about easements, we're not talking about taking land?
So we would acquire 2 feet of property in fee ownership, and then 5 feet in easement.
So we could potentially be in an eminent domain situation if they don't agree to this?
That is certainly one of the resources that the state code provides us to do improvements that are needed for the public good when property owners are unwilling to negotiate.
So if we as a body voted yes on this, and then you have, out of those homeowners, you have 2 that don't want to do it, then we're in a situation as a city to then be forced to do something of that nature to acquire that land?
That is certainly something that could happen. We have had to exercise eminent domain in the past for projects, the Garrity improvements, the beautification of Garrity. We had to exercise eminent domain on 5 or 6 properties there. On the Kings Overpass, very needed improvement for the city. We had to exercise eminent domain there as well. It is certainly never our goal to use that. We are very generous in our negotiations to avoid that, but there are times where property owners are unwilling to negotiate or want to stop the project, And that is the reason that the state statutes have given us that authority, the city the authority to exercise that, because there are times when it is the public good and the improvements are needed for the, we have 10,000 or more vehicle trips per day on that roadway versus one property owner. There are times where it is appropriate and necessary to use that tool that we've been given.
Thank you, Daniel.
One last question, sorry. So Lori that was at 401 Lake Lowell, she said that the city gave an option for her to readjust her front yard for parking. Is there a way, can we see what that would look like? Is there a way to?
So that is, I don't have a design for that. That's something that we would look at with the design. I was the one that had that conversation with her. I've had that conversation with a number of property owners throughout the years as roadways develop adjacent to them and traffic increases. It becomes more challenging to back out onto a road. And so we look at things with them with property owners of what type of things can be done to help mitigate that, what can be done from a city standpoint, what can be done from a private standpoint. Do I specifically have a design for that on her property? No. And I would say that that's how do I'm gonna say this a little bluntly. That's a level of in the weeds that is likely not useful at the council level. That is specific design options that we look at as we are into final designs.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Daniel, I've been opposed to this program from the get-go because we're taking people's property from them. However, you've done a heck of a job figuring out and working with the community as to what would be the best solution here, and I thank you for that. However, it still stands as my position is that the best option for me is that the funds that we're receiving from the grant indicates that we have certain parameters we have to work with. I understand that as well. And that will cover all of Lake Lowell, not just this particular area. So, like, I think Kurt, is it Gailey? He mentioned what was going to happen to his property with the 2, the 7, the 5, the 8, all those. I forgot to put in there where the power pole is going to go if he has one on his property. Idaho Power has a sensibility about themselves. They're going to put what they want. And it may not be where the property owners want. And so what about the 5-foot sidewalk? So that would give less damage to the property owners there.
So once again, if we want this to be a shovel-ready grant able to be applied for grants, we need to account for both bicycle and pedestrian improvements. A 5-foot sidewalk does not meet that criteria.
So give me an idea. How much would it cost for the city to use impact fees to redesign this without the federal funds?
So this would not be an impact fee eligible project. Because we are not adding travel lanes, we are not adding capacity to the roadway. This would have to come directly from street funds, taxpayer money.
I see. So we don't know how much.
I don't, do you remember what the last? I don't remember off the top of my head. That's typically something we look at as we go through design.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Mayor,
So, yes.
I apologize if I didn't get a word in. Living in the neighborhood to the north of this project in Dallam Woods and seeing some of the folks like the Wheelers or the Fredericksons sitting in the back, knowing where we rode our bikes or walked to school or did all these things, I think in my opinion, and being new to the council, I know this is years along, Daniel, and I apologize. I don't see it necessary to have the bike lanes, and I understand it's for a grant. The sidewalk on the south side I can get along with if it was at a 5 foot, and I'd be curious to know the cost as well. And if we're going to bond for the Transportation Go bond, one of the big elements of this is sidewalks. Is this a project that might potentially be eligible for that? And that's what I don't know. So there's just so many different levels of this. I think if we're trying to go for grant funding and have it a shovel-ready project for approval, I think the loss to the citizens on that street is a lot greater than the value of a bike lane, in my opinion. And I'd be curious to know just the cost if we wanted to put just a 5 foot sidewalk without the bike lane on that south side, just if we wanted to take it in as a city rather than for a grant project.
The cost of the sidewalk itself is probably not as significant as the project itself would be a rebuild of the entire roadway. And the lack of that bicycle and pedestrian facilities combined would prohibit us from being able to get the grant for the entire project to rebuild the roadway as well. So there are implications beyond just the sidewalk that that has.
Okay. Daniel, just a quick comment. I noticed that I'm not finding the budget in here. So the request is to
So
authorize
this
to
is-
proceed with design.
This is just design authorization.
But there's
so
no-
that we know what, and then we would come back with a scope of work later once we know, we need to know what we're designing to. So
But
that
what is that going to cost us? And where's it budgeted? Because there's a cost to proceed with design. So what
there-
is that cost?
There is. I want to say the last scope of work, I don't have it off the top of my head.
Because there's
but-
no budget in here, and there is a cost of design, and it doesn't say that it's approved in the budget.
Correct. This is just strictly design authorization of what we would build so that we can build the scope of work to bring back to council for authorization for the consultant to do the design.
Well, I will say that there's no way we can move forward tonight because there's no dollars with this. It doesn't say if it's in the budget, and I don't see a dollar tied to it.
And we are not asking for authorization to spend money. We're just asking to know what we need to design.
Well, but then that would be authorizing, it says to authorize to proceed with design of the Lake Lowell. So, and I ask two real questions. One, that is one of them. Our current capacity, so really the reason we're doing this has to do with the road condition, because at some point we need to redo the road, but we're not increasing capacity for cars at all. It's really staying the same.
Correct.
So the only reason we're looking, and I do understand, and I appreciate our Bike and Ped group here and the safety of that, and I really appreciate that, but really, it sounds like the reason we're doing this is because we're looking for federal dollars to rebuild a road, and in order to get the federal dollars, we have to do all the Bike and Ped improvements, otherwise we can't get the federal dollars. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
That is not incorrect.
Okay. So, and
I'll make a motion, Mayor, if you want to get this thing off the road here. I'm just going to not authorize this to proceed with the design of a Lake Lowell Avenue.
So your motion is not to proceed with the design?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm not seeing a second. Okay. So there's no second to that motion, but Councilman Haverfield?
I just have a follow-up question.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch his name, but he was concerned. Can you speak to the additional right-of-way that he was talking about, up to 15 feet of additional right-of-way?
So
Let me
under
finish.
the
Let
original
me finish
design-
first. Because what I'm hearing from you is that from center line of road, the prescriptive was 25 minimum. We were talking about adding 6 foot, half of the center turn lane, one of the drive lanes at 11, a 2 foot curb, and then a 9 foot sidewalk, plus the 5 foot Idaho Power easement. So we were looking at a total of 33 feet from center line on those properties. Is that correct?
Once again, from the the back of the sidewalk would sit at 27 feet from the section line.
Back of sidewalk.
Back of sidewalk would sit at 27 feet from, and that would be where we would place the right-of-way.
Right, that's the 9-foot sidewalk.
And then there would be a 5-foot easement beyond that for the Idaho Power
So
poles. and
32 feet, not 33. Correct?
Yes, that
Okay.
sounds correct.
But the road right-of-way is 40 feet.
The road right-of-way in the area where that gentleman lives is the prescriptive 25 feet. We do not have a 40-foot right-of-way there.
Okay, so, but normally you would want an 80-foot right-of-way.
Correct. That was the original concept and design had the 40-foot right-of-way. We
That
have
was
pared that
his
back
fear?
significantly.
Yeah. So his fear
to
was
account
that you
for
would
it.
eventually come and get the whole 40 feet. That was probably what he was speaking to then?
That may have been, yes.
I think it was, if it's the testimony I think you're referring to, it was taking an additional 7 in addition to the 8 that is already there in the easement, taking an additional 7 in beyond that.
I guess he was speaking to specific things of fear of further right-of-way acquisition, and that's not the case here.
So, no, we would not be coming back at a later date. I mean, unless for some strange reason we needed Lake Lowell to then become a 5-lane facility at some point after you, me, and everyone else here is no longer here, you know, that could happen, but I don't envision it. The other, I just lost it. Never mind.
Okay, Councilman, yes, Griffins?
So you had mentioned that there's no cost associated, so should this be postponed to a date certain?
I mean, not even a date certain. I personally would recommend that it not move forward right now, and the reason for that is that I feel like there's some unanswered questions. One is, previously, it was more graphic, and we could actually see the impact more than there is here. This is difficult to see. Secondly, and so we don't really know the impact. But secondarily, the design of costs, we're talking about it, but there isn't anything in here financially. And I know you're just talking about it, but I know the work you just did cost the city because you've engaged someone to help you with this work. And I will candidly, I didn't know it was happening. So I'm concerned. I'm very concerned, and I understand that we need sidewalks. Sidewalks are important, and the south side probably needs a sidewalk so people can walk on that sidewalk. Those are important things in the city. It's just that when we're trying to build to a grant, and I understand the need for bike and pedestrian, but we also have people's lives, and I agree with Councilman Bills, where sometimes when we're trying to design in an area with existing homes and the significant impact this has on an individual's livelihood, the equity in their home, it's significant. We went through this hearing last time. It was a lengthy discussion, and so at this point, I feel like, I don't know if I'm ready to proceed, but.
The Mayor, I move that we do not move forward with the recommended roadway configuration as presented tonight.
Second.
Okay. Is there discussion around that?
I would like to add something to the motion that would be that we defer this either next meeting or the meeting thereafter to come back and revisit the subject. Is that okay?
Mayor, if I may.
Okay.
So I would, to not proceed with the design, if that's the will of the council, that's fine. If we are not going to be designing to something that is grant eligible, we will likely not bring this back until such time as we have city funds to bring it forth. So I would say we would likely not be coming back anytime soon to discuss this project again until we have identified city funds to do the project, and then we would come back at that point when we're not talking about.
Well, I think council's asking you to come back, but we're asking to come back. One of the things that we need to address are sidewalks. And I know that safety is important, right? We support safety and possibly look at sidewalks. I don't know what that would look like. So I feel like we need information around, like, for example, if this road is near, it's deteriorated, it's probably at the D level because most of our roads are at D. What is the existing lifespan of the road? When was it most recently chip sealed, which is probably, I don't know where it is on the rotation. Let's look at the condition of the road and what the impact of that is. What would it cost to do the road if we didn't get federal funding? Could we get funding to repair the road? So there's an issue here. One, it'd be nice to have sidewalks for safety. Two, the road needs to be repaired at some point. But I don't think we have those costs identified at all. And so if we need to know if there's an option beyond a federal grant. So what I would say is, yes, bring it back, but tell us what the needs are, and let's look at the road and discuss it from that standpoint.
So yes, there's absolutely options, but until we have something budgeted for that, it's likely not.
But the only way we can budget is if we do some of the research.
Well,
Correct.
So we're asking you to do that. That is the direction. Crystal, you're here.
We're 3 months out from dealing with budget issues,
And
so
we have already
how we can, say again?
We've already put in our capital budgets and that for this next year, so we would likely not be looking at funding this at the earliest would be next fiscal year, not FY25. FY26 would likely be the earliest we would be looking at that, as we're already in the budget process.
Which is fine. So I'm right now deferring to Crystal. Krista, I'm asking you to please do some research and bring it back to us. Thank you.
Mayor, really quick, does this fall into the area that would allow for CDBG funds?
We don't have enough funds to touch it, though.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And then there was a comment over here. Okay, and we have a motion on the table. We're in discussion, and the motion is to come back. Can you repeat your motion with the addition, just to make sure?
The motion would be to deny the current recommended roadway configuration at this time and allow them to come back in a month or two when they have the numbers and information available to present this without the federal funding in mind. Close enough, David?
I was thinking either next meeting or the second meeting from tonight, and for discussion. And the reason I'm wanting, so that would be the motion is to come back.
And I would just like the numbers. If nothing else, just the numbers of what it would cost to just put in a 5-foot sidewalk without touching the road. I would be fine to even see that, just to get the motion through. But information always is helpful when making these decisions.
So let's look at the first meeting in May, first council meeting in May would be, because I think the next one is pretty busy, and I think that would be a little fast to be ready. So the first meeting in May, we'll come back and revisit it with some numbers, not based on the federal funding with everything, but to accomplish maybe what we are feeling like we might want to accomplish here. So, thank you. Thank you. So I know there's a hand there, but we probably can't do it, but could you do me a favor and even mention to Crystal what you're wanting to say, Crystal, over here? And Crystal, you can take a note if you don't mind. So thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you guys for being here tonight and for waiting so long.
Motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to vote. So there is a motion on the table, and is there any further discussion? Roll call. Thank you.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Everfield.
Yes.
Hills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Sorry, guys, totally forgot the vote.
Take a 5-minute adjournment.
Okay, so we are going to take a break. Thank you for your patience. We are going to come back and move into public hearing 1, and then we'll come back after that. Thank you, David. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary.
Oh, wait, we needed to. I think we're ready. Okay. Guys, I think we're ready to get started. So we are going to move in to 8.1 on our public hearings, and then we'll come back to new business items. So 8.1 is a public hearing, and this is a continuation from our March 4th meeting. And the action item actually is annexation and zoning to RS4, single-family residential zoning district, and potential development agreement, a conditional use permit to allow for 2-unit townhouses in an RS4 zoning district, subdivision preliminary plat for the Baylor subdivision for a 1.21 acre property at 11236 Lone Star Road for the Land Architect LLC, representing Jesse Vanderlinden. So this was continued from the March 4th meeting. And I believe there is some recommended changes to the original, the original submission. So it is a public hearing. We are going to go back through the process with the applicant presenting and then doing a staff report, and then we'll talk about public testimony. Thank you.
Well, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Andrew Wheeler, 9201 West State Street, Boise, Idaho, 83714. I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through the location of the property and everything, but we're here again. We're here a month ago. We had some great feedback, some good design ideas, some ways to improve the project, and we feel that we've taken those and advanced those along to come to the solution that we're going to present to you today. So again, with the, it said 3 minutes for a second, I thought the project's currently located, north of existing subdivision and with an existing middle school to the southeast of it. In the future land use map, it is in the residential mixed use zone, and there is a current business neighborhood use to the north of a wedding venue, which did reach out to us about some concerns of the property, but more concerned about us complaining about them than vice versa. So that was a little bit of a nuance. You can see that the existing property has a single-family home on it to the south. The neighboring property is a like-kind property, a single home. Again, we did try to work with this landowner to build this out in a larger development, but weren't able to come to an agreement on that solution. On the west, we have an existing farm. We have worked with that landowner. We're not impeding on his property at all, and he came to our neighborhood meeting. He's good with the project as we're proposing it. Here's a Alta map of the existing property. It's a fairly flat site, fairly open in the back. We do have the Phyllis Canal, so north is to the right on here. So the Phyllis Canal does create a dead-end condition for a private drive there, so we're not continuing a public road. Existing conditions, utilities are on site. Here's the existing home, so it's a bit of an eyesore that we're trying to clean up. This is that's the existing road to the west of the existing farm road, and you can see the subdivision to the south. This is the portion that we're proposing to demolish of the existing home to make way for that private drive, and then the view of the property to the rear. So here's the site plan that we're presenting tonight that takes into account the revisions that were suggested at the March 4th hearing. The three main topics that we talked about were trash enclosures, going away from a centralized bin to individual 95-gallon bins, adding more parking. We're currently showing, we had 32 stalls before, and with the 18 required, we now have 36 of the 18 required. So we did add 4 more guest parking stalls. And then the setbacks, which we'll talk about in a second. And on the setbacks, so north being to the left, the top side there on the east boundary is the rear yard of the new construction. We submitted under the 5-foot setback code, and it was recommended that we adhere to the new code, even though we did submit to the 5-foot. So we're proposing a compromise of 10 feet. So we feel 10 feet meets the intent of getting more space back there while allowing the units to have bedrooms on the ground floor, which is something that, and I have some exhibits later we'll look at, but that's something that's pretty desirable in the marketplace, especially if people don't want to always have to go up and down stairs. So on the setbacks in red there, that's the 10-foot setback that we're proposing. So that was increased an additional 5 feet. Primarily, we took our patios and pulled those in as the building wall already met that 10 feet, so our patios were extending out. So So that did also articulate the elevation a little bit more. The 15-foot setback we already complied with from back a walk to the front of the building in yellow there. And then the green is the 5-foot side yard setback. So here's a closer view of that, a little more clarity of the plat map showing that 10-foot setback on the east. And then this is the existing single-family home on Lot 2, which is a side yard because it's taking access off of Lone Star, so that's a 5-foot side yard setback along that existing home. I'm looking closer at the west side. So we have starting from left to right, we have a 20-foot drive aisle, 5-foot sidewalk. Then we have the 15-foot setback to the yellow of the building, the first portion there, and then a 20-foot drive aisle. So that just kind of shows in clarity, you know, what we're presenting there. And you can see the individual bin storage that is clustered. So we have about 4 or 5 clusters of those. So there's, you know, 2 bins per residence, including the existing home, so they can service their trash off of this drive aisle as well. We do have approval from Republic Services. They've approved that cluster design. We are offsetting those from the sidewalk, so the sidewalk does jog around those. So they're not impeding the 20-foot emergency vehicle access lane, or they're not going to be in the road, but will be out of the way. This is showing the added parking stalls. We did include 2 more larger trees as well on that side to kind of try to bring more green to that hardscape. And then the image on the right is where we previously had the above-grade bioretention swale. Now it's a subgrade, similar to what we had at Lot 7 there with the open space, just a below-grade stormwater treatment in the asphalt. So looking at the floor plan, so you can see here, there was comments also about providing storage for the trash enclosures inside the garages. We were looking to put them on the side yards, but we only have 5 feet. And by the time you put a gate in there and trash enclosures, I mean, people could put them there, but it'll be kind of tight. So we are proposing a 3-foot by 6-foot approximate space inside the garage, just south of that mechanical room, to be able to store these trash enclosures in the garages. And so here's the difference of the 10-foot versus the 15-foot setback and what it does to the floor plan. I mean, at a 10-foot, you're at an 11 2-bedroom with that trash enclosure storage, you know, with a nice 22 wide garage, 22 deep garage. And then if you put that to a 17, that really limits your options, and let alone even getting a stair to work in there and providing that ground floor bedroom option, which again is pretty desirable in the marketplace. And then here, this is showing the multifamily design guidelines. So that was another element that, you know, since there's no design guidelines for single family, it was recommended that we have the multifamily design guidelines overlaid with this, or as part of that condition for the approval. So this is a note directly on the site plan for all the site lighting standards to be a part of the approved documents. And then we'll look at the building design standards in a moment. Here's the original design. The comments on here were, it seems like one big building, seems like an apartment complex, it doesn't look individual. And so this is the revised elevation on that bottom image where, you know, we went from a gable roof on the ends and a gable roof from the middle to shed roofs on the side and those gables in the middle, and to articulate each of those garages. So now when you pull up in your garage, you have, you know, your gable entry. We kept the trellises above the garage. We added the shake siding to the gables, and then now both ends, you can see it kind of flares out at the bottom, so it has a consistent look with the shed roof on the backside as well. And so that's what that looks like in elevation.
Madam Mayor, time.
And yep, so original color board, revised color board. So it does break up that scale. It does feel a little nice. One thing to note is the gables on the top image here are actually raised up a little bit. That's a better proportion than what the color board is. That was just an oversight in our design documents. So it just gives it a little bit better of a feel, a little more height articulation. Original color board, revised color board here. And this is the original rendering, and this is the revised rendering in full black and white. So it does break up the scale of the project. And we feel that we met all the recommended changes. I think they were all great changes that improve the project overall, and we feel that this would be a great asset to provide more housing to the city of Nampa, and provide more housing that's not going to have quite the impact on the school district as the previous conversation. So with that, I urge you to approve Baylor subdivision.
Thank you so much. Council, do you have, okay, and I have Haverfield and Bills. Who's first? Okay.
Thank you, Andrew. The eastern boundary line, is there a utility easement along that property line?
There's a 5-foot utility easement there.
5 foot?
So let me go, that enlarged plat shows that.
So does that easement restrict any landscaping as far as trees, roots?
Councilman Haverfield, so the dash line that you see there, go running through the center line of those trees, that is the 5-foot easement on the right, and then the 10-foot setback. But no, I confirmed with our landscape team that, 8 feet is really what we need for a tree to grow appropriately. There was no concern of those root balls being impacted by that easement.
Well, what about the utility itself? Is there a restriction as far as being able to have rooted vegetation like this in their utility easement?
Well, currently, we're not running any utilities through there. The utilities are running in I know this is kind of messy to see, but all the utilities are ran on the west side through that private drive.
Well, that's the question, why I have the question as far as on the eastern boundary line. If there's a utility and it's not, utility easement and it's not being used, is there a restriction for having plants in it? So maybe that's something staff can answer, but if it's like Idaho Power or even water and sewer lines, but you don't have any of those things along the eastern boundary, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then also looking at your site plan, it appears that there are some columns on the backside of that that are within 5 feet of the property line as well. Is that correct? Or is that now not the case with your new design?
Yeah, there is the plat does not have the correct building footprint overlaid on it, but we do meet the 10-foot setback, and so this is the current revised drawing that does pull those
So
properties in.
there's no columns, there's no building features that are within the 10-foot setback?
Correct. What you're seeing on those dashed lines over the patio is a 2-foot extension of the 4-inch patio slab on grade, but the column is set back.
So the patios are possibly over the 10-foot easement, but there's no fixed columns, there's no fixed building elements that are within that 10-foot easement, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman Bills.
So a couple of quick questions. Thank you.
Oops.
So can you go back to your floor plan real quick? So where's the front door?
Well, these are proposed to be kind of more of not have a front door entry, but a backyard patio. So if I go to the site plan right here, you can see these kind of gravel, so it show up very well, but right in between the two yellow buildings there, that would be like your entrance gate into the backyard. We could certainly add a front door if we would, if that's a condition that we would need to meet.
Well, to me, you keep saying it's single-family housing, and it keeps appearing to me design-wise that we're doing connected dwellings, apartments, duplex, setting up for rental. So I'm just seeing a conflict between the design and the proposed zoning. And then I'll have a question for staff because I need a clarification on that boundary easement.
I just have
So
a quick question.
I just need that clarification.
I have a quick question while you're on in the actual design of the living space. Is there a restroom on the lower level?
So the floor plans, aren't intended to be, the approved final floor plans. We're not here to have the final floor plan of exactly what we're going to do. Our intent here is to, show the general nature of the project and what we're trying to, from a spatial perspective, meaning the garages are connected to a shared wall, so we have the living spaces on the outside to bring in more daylight. Where the bedroom goes, if the stair is actually going to be in that configuration, those types of things, those are design decisions that'll be market-driven and will go through multiple revisions. So we're not intending to solidify the floor plan at this point.
So we're more than happy to look at, adding front entries. If that's going to be a condition of approval, happy to do that. But the intent is more of a schematic in nature than a final floor plan.
Thank you. Council, do you have any other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, thank you. We'll have you back. I think you know the process. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, is this Christy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As stated, the action requested from you this evening is annexation and zoning to RS4, a conditional use permit for duplexes, and the subdivision plat for Baylor subdivision. This project, in its previous version, as well as this new revised version that addressed your stated concerns from the previous meeting, do meet the standards outlined in City Code, and staff finds that the criteria for annexation and zoning are met with both versions. He's walked you through the above-ground retention swales and the added parking stalls. He's walked you through the request for the 10-foot setback on the back. I just want to remind you that the city attorney has said that if the 15-foot setback was adopted in the ordinance after the application for the pre-plat was submitted, it does not apply to them, and they are under the previous setback requirement. So he would like to propose the 10-foot setback just to kind of meet a compromise there. This is the trash bin locations here where the bump outs would be on the sidewalk. His new elevations and potential motions. I will stand for any questions.
Mayor, question. So Christie, is the 12-foot setback easement been done away with on the perimeter of a subdivision?
Councilman Bills, it has not. But in smaller situations like this where we don't have any perimeter utilities, engineering can determine whether or not they're going to put a 10-foot, 12-foot, 8-foot, 5-foot around the exterior. So they've worked with engineering. They've determined that all of the utilities are going to be in the drive aisle, so they don't need that extra wide in the back.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions for Christy? Yes.
Just a quick question. As far as the utilities on the west side of the units, can they be actually under the sidewalk, or do they have to be under just landscaped area?
Councilman Haverfield, it depends. They're going to need that full width because those utilities have to be spaced far enough apart from each other.
Right.
That they can't all just be in one location. They're going to be spread out across the entire drive aisle. And some may end up under some of the grass.
Or under sidewalk?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was my question.
Okay.
To be able to make that work as far as with the separation between water and sewer and then the Idaho Power as well.
Correct.
They're gonna
Engineering
need
will
a
make
lot
sure
more
that
width.
that happens.
And then vegetation in that 15-foot setback to the face of the living area, that's a requirement as well, is it not?
That is correct, Councilman Haverfield. That's part of our landscape plan, that each unit has a tree or two. And then Doug will look at that to make sure that the staking requirements and everything, so that we have healthy trees go in there.
Thank you, Christy.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Christy?
Mayor, Christy, we really have a city code that allows for homes to not have front doors?
Councilman Changula, we do not dictate where the front door of a facility should be. In our design review codes, we say that the primary entrance should be highlighted, but we don't say that it has to have a front door. I mean, they can access their house wherever they'd like. If it works out for design, if you wanted to make that a condition of approval, you could do that.
Mayor, sometimes
Thank you.
architects have to come and help other architects along, and the obvious sometimes are just too blatant, but I would imagine it's just an oversight. It's not an intended design feature.
Mary
Okay,
Clayton.
thank you. Yes, Councilman Rodriguez.
Maybe this is for Ron from the fire. Is there a code that says it? Never mind.
Okay. The answer in a shaking of the head for those that are listening on the audio was that no, there does not have to be a designated front door. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for
Follow-up
Christy?
question.
Yes.
So Previously, the discussion had the drive aisle to the existing house being moved to the new drive aisle. It appears that the existing drive aisle is still intended to be used to access the existing resident
Councilman
building.
Bills, I don't recall that conversation. We talked about how the existing driveway for the house that's existing is going to remain that driveway because they already have access. And then there's the drive aisle that goes into the subdivision portion of it. I don't recall that we landed on combining the two. Was that, did I miss that
Well,
part?
I thought that was raised as a concern, and so I thought that was one of the issues. I'm trying to get a clarification.
Mayor, Councilman Bills, that was discussed at the last meeting, but we had indicated that we were allowing that existing driveway to remain where it's basically a shared use with the adjacent property to the west, or to the east.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Christy.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is a public hearing, and I believe we do have,
Madam Mayor, we do have one person signed up, and that is David Ferdinand.
good evening, David. I think you know how to do this. 3 minutes, name and address. Here we go.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Ferdinand, 2419 West Heron Loop, and I'm representing the property to the west, and that is Schober and Sons. There's a 63-acre parcel there that's being farmed, and the Schobers were at the neighborhood meeting and really have no objections. In fact, this is going to clean up that property, which they really appreciate. I just wanted to make sure that and it's part of I know it's part of the plan to put a 6-foot side obscuring fence, or really it's to protect the housing from the farming operation. There's a 250-foot easement where the farm equipment comes in directly to the west. So it's right on the boundary. And so a fence, and somehow I'm sure it's in the design to put a 6-foot privacy fence, and that's more to protect the people living in the townhouses and driving on the east side, is to make sure that kids and some adults that act like kids are just persuaded not to impede the process of the farm next door. And of course, we take calls almost daily about developing that entire 63 acres. It goes all the way through to Smith Avenue and up next to Mission Point subdivision. This is a great use of this property next door, and have absolutely no objection, especially with all the changes that have been made with parking and making sure that the guests would, maintain their cars in the development.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we do not have anyone else advance sign up.
Is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this item this evening? Seeing none. Andrew, this is your opportunity to provide any closing comments and be available for questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. And I thank you, David, for those comments about the property being, enhancing the surrounding area. Councilman Haverfield, you are correct in an oversight of front doors. So that is something that, sometimes you can't see the forest through the trees. And, we are certainly will be adding front doors to the project. I think that, in general, though, it's not intended, as I was mentioned earlier, that we're trying to solidify the floor plan. So, we're trying to solidify our building envelopes, our heights, our volumes, the density, that's the purpose of, this entitlement. And with the condition that I'm foreseeing will be part of this, of the multifamily design standards, I think that will alleviate any concerns of us not meeting, those standards or having a subpar design in the final product. There is a 6-foot vinyl fence on the full perimeter of the project, except for along Lone Star. So that is already part of the project and in the design. I don't have any other comments. I do appreciate everyone's comments at the prior hearing. I think this is a better project because of those. And so thank you for your time. And yeah, we appreciate working with the city of Nampa.
Thank you. Okay, council, do you have any addition? Yes, Councilman Griffiths. Go ahead, and Andrew, I think we have a question.
Andrew, it is
Yes.
directed at you. So when we had mentioned that front door, you had mentioned that sideway going around the back. Was that a back pedal or was that the intended use? Because my mind was then said, okay, the front door's in the backyard. What was the intended use that you were pointing at and explaining to us?
Yeah, Councilman Griffin, a little bit of both.
Okay, good deal.
Mayor Glenn.
Good answer. Yes, Councilman
Okay,
Rodriguez.
so sometimes when we have subdivision right up against the farmers and their crops, when they spray their crops, I always wonder and worry that some of those pesticides are going to go into your clients, into your homeowners, or into your subdivision. Is there something to remedy that, or not? Is it just something you're going to have to live with, or what? I know Dave didn't cover it, but I'm pretty sure that's an issue.
Councilman Rodriguez, that's a great point. We're certainly happy to look into mitigation strategies for that. Off the top of my head, I don't know
Okay.
a way to handle that outside of, putting raising the height of that fence potentially. But we're more than happy to see
Okay.
what we could come up
And,
with.
and I'm not saying to do anything else different. I'm just wondering if you would just think about that a
Yeah.
little,
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor?
Yes.
So I just have a question for legal. On a motion, he had presented to us the 10-foot setback, and it had been mentioned the 5-foot is what was actually required because we were backdating or grandfathering in the old code. Would it be necessary on a motion to mention that we expect it as a 10-foot setback, or is his presentation enough to go?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Griffin, it's somewhat up to you, but I would say since it's a deviation from the applicable code, it's probably good to list that as a condition.
Mayor?
Yes.
This motion that's on the screen in front of you speaks to the information that was provided in the memo. And that's what was presented in the memo was the 10-foot setback on lots 2 through 10.
Thank you. So it's covered at the
It's
motion
covered
board.
in the motion.
Okay. So any other questions for, yes, Councilman Haverfield?
Mr. Ferdinand talked about a 150-foot strip along the western boundary line. Is there going to be crops up against the property line, or is that going to be a roadway? That's a roadway. So ground applied pesticides versus aerial would be ground applied, most likely, on the other side of that. So it's quite a
Yeah.
bit of ways away
Yeah.
from that fence.
Yeah. I have a quick question on the parking. So it almost looks like there's room for, how many parking spots are there total? Is it just the 4, or did you add 4?
Madam Mayor,
So the
there were 4, so there's 8
There's
guest
8.
parking. There were 4
Thank
at the
you.
prior design. Now there's 4 additional, yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Council, do you have any other questions for our applicant?
For a motion?
No. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, this is an opportunity for discussion. If there's any further discussion amongst council and/or a motion. Yes, Councilman Haverfield?
I'm happy to make a motion unless there's further discussion needed.
Is there any further discussion? Okay,
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the annexation and zoning to RS4 conditional use permit and subdivision preliminary plat for Baylor subdivision at 11236 Lone Star Road for the Land Architect LLC representing Jesse Vanderlinden. And it's ANN-00292-2023, CUP 00323, 2023, and SPP 00133 to 2023, with all conditions listed in the staff report specifically the 10-foot landscape easement along the eastern boundary line in the staff report and in this memo to adopt the proposed findings of approval as stated in the staff report as presented this evening.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion before we go to roll call? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
No.
Reynolds.
No.
Griffin.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our first public hearing. We will come back to the second public hearing after we address some other items real quickly. So at this time, I think I'm going to go, real quickly, Jeannie Strohmeyer, you have 2 items on here, 7.3 and 7.4. I'd like to just get those out of the way very quickly. Item 7.3 is an action item to authorize the Nampa Family Justice Center to submit for an Improve the Criminal Justice Center Response Program grant, and it's used to fund 2 current Justice Center positions and provide direct services to victims. The amount of the grant is $500,000 over a 36-month award period beginning October 1, 2024, and there's no city match.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The second one is 7.4 is an action item to authorize the Nampa Family Justice Center to submit for prevent and response to domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, and sex trafficking against children and youth program. The grant will be used to help fund 2 current FJC positions and provide direct services to victims and provide community abuse prevention training. The amount of the grant is $500,000 over a 36-month award period beginning October 1, 2024, and there is no city match.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Even though they're $500,000, I think in the future I'd like to put these on the consent agenda because they're just grants. Would that be okay?
That would be great.
Yes.
Okay, we'll
Mayor.
do that. Jeannie, thank you for
Mayor,
staying.
As long as
Yes.
there's no city match, I'm
Matches,
okay
yeah.
with that.
As long as there's no match. Okay, thank you. I think I would like to real quickly, because this will be fast, go to 7.2 on the agenda. And this is, hi, Hannah, come on over. And 7.2 is an action item, and this is to authorize the allocation of $130,000 in community development block grant funds to the NeighborWorks Boise to operate a program that will provide homeownership assistance to qualifying Nampa households. And I know you do have something ready to go. Is it pretty short?
It's 2 slides.
2 slides, okay. Go ahead and go forward with those slides. Thank you.
All right, so today, Madam Mayor and Council, I'm Hannah Stark. I'm the Assistant Program Manager for the Community Development Block Grant. We are talking today about our home ownership assistance program. So during our consolidated planning process, one identified need is housing. And some areas where we've been able to work in housing so far is rent and utility assistance, providing some funding for new housing units, and our home repair loan program. What we've been doing is looking for an opportunity to provide home ownership assistance to qualifying low to moderate income households in the city limits. So we were able to identify a partner to administer this program. So staff recommends council allocates $130,000 in CDBG funding to NeighborWorks Boise to administer the program in Nampa. The proposed budget would be $10,000 for staff wages, marketing and operating expenses, and $120,000 for direct down payment assistance. If approved, there would be a maximum of $60,000 in down payment assistance. However, they will be funding the need. So if the need is less than that, then potentially we could be assisting more homeowners. Each property will have a 5-year deed restriction placed
so that if the property is sold or ownership is transferred, the funds would need to be repaid at that time. So we are asking that Council authorize the allocation of $130,000 in CDBG funds to NeighborWorks Boise to operate a program that will provide home ownership assistance opportunities to qualifying NAMPA households. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Council,
Mayor, I would make a motion to deny the proposal.
can you explain? Do you mind giving a reason?
Well, I don't think it's a good use of the CDBG funds to try to fund housing for possibly 2 people and pay another service a management fee. So I don't think it's a good use of CDBG funds.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion?
Mayor, we just got done earlier tonight hearing from Health Impact Nampa Coalition. Is that an organization that we could source some of these funds to? Would that be an option? Since they're Nampa based, and then we wouldn't be paying for staff fees, which we would lose $10,000 doing this.
I think so. Hannah can speak to this, but NeighborWorks Boise actually would be coming to Nampa. I think the issue that, if you don't mind me, I don't want to speak for Councilman Bills, but I think the issue is not that we don't have a need here, but the issue is that to potentially only help 2 people when we need to be helping a lot of people.
Right.
That's the concern with this program, is that we need to be doing something that helps a lot more people in our community.
Right. And Madam Mayor and Councilman Bills, it would be 2 people for this fiscal year. If it's a successful program, we would love to see it continue. Well, I think there is a example here. So with the $60,000, that was the amount that would be meaningful, and we've allocated already to housing affordability the $130. So it's already been allocated to that bucket, and this is just authorizing the organization to administer the program. So with the current housing price, $60,000 was really the amount that NeighborWorks was stating would be needed. Anything less than that potentially wouldn't be useful and wouldn't allow those homeowners to get in the homes. So that's kind of where that $60,000 comes from. And the $10,000, I believe, and I'm not extremely familiar on the lending process that NeighborWorks would go through, but it would help cover like fees and things of that nature that the staff has to process in order to get the loans through.
If this isn't authorized tonight, can those funds, could these same funds be utilized by Catch to help a number of different homeowners or Jesse Tree? Are these funds, could they be allocated in a different way?
Yeah, they could be allocated to rent and utility assistance. They could be allocated into our home repair loan program. We just really wanted to focus on home ownership assistance just because it is a priority need that we have identified. But it could be reallocated, yes.
And I think that would be the recommendation, would be to reallocate it to where there are a larger number of individuals or families that could be supported with these dollars. To give that much to 2 individuals is not something that I'm hearing is supported. So is there any further discussion? Yes.
I have a question, and I know there's a motion before us, so I don't know if I'm able to ask.
You can.
If somebody's combined income is $54,000, how are they going to qualify for a home in general?
Right, so part of NeighborWorks' process is making sure that we're doing no harm. So they would make sure that the people that are qualifying for the down payment assistance would also be able to afford a mortgage. So what they were seeing is usually the people that would qualify would be more those 4-person households at the current housing market.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Mostly.
Okay, and they do also, one other thing I could mention, Councilman Griffin, is that they do combine a lot of different funding sources to get the people in these income areas into homes. So they stack like grants, down payment assistance, and as well as other loans that are available to this income bracket.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? So we are in discussion phase. If there's no other comment, roll call.
Rodriguez,
That was motion to deny?
Yes.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you so much. You do
Yeah.
such a great job, and so we'll come back with something different. Thank you. Yes.
It has been pretty obvious tonight that this is a bigger dialogue that needs to take place and a conversation that we need to look into further. And as we get into our budget cycle, again, as we talk about CBDG versus other incentives for even the private development community to come in to provide housing, low-income or low-cost housing, it'd be great to have a larger dialogue down the road. And it sounded like there's others that are interested in that as well.
Thank you. Okay. Adam, I'm sitting here looking at my agenda, and I'm thinking about staff trying to figure out who's next. So,
7-6.
so do you mind if we'll just go knock it out, and then we'll end with you? Thank you. Okay. 7.6 is an action item to authorize the mayor and the Public Works Director to sign Phase 1 task order with Keller Associates for the wastewater treatment plant headworks replacement project, Group F, for 3.5% of the estimated construction costs in the amount of $1,258,408. It was approved by the attorney, Mark Hilty, who is the attorney for our wastewater, and approved in our FY24 budget.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.7 is an action item authorizing the police to submit for the annual Idaho Transportation Highway Safety Grant with all activity grant funded. Funds will be used to reduce the motor vehicle-related deaths and serious injury crashes in the city of Nampa by increasing law enforcement presence, public awareness, education, and traffic safety on the roadways.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Jingula,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.8 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign the Federal Aviation Administration grant application for the Airport Improvement Program, AIP 39. It's a relocation of the AWOS, which is the Automated Weather Observation System, with a 5% city match that totals $10,000. This was reviewed and approved by Attorney Joe Borton and is approved in the FY24 budget.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. I have just a very fast question. Crystal, and you can even speak from the mic there if you want to. This, the AWOS can be sitting on top of, you and I had this discussion, I just want to make sure in our grant, and I believe I saw that it is flexible enough that it doesn't have to go on a building for a tractor. It can go on top of what do you call those things that you store those airplanes in? A hangar, that's the word. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, this grant is just for the equipment and for relocation. It could even sit in the exact same spot that it is now. It's just our equipment is end of life.
Okay, so it doesn't specify location?
Correct.
Thank you so much. Okay. No other questions like mine. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
7.9 is an action item, and this is to authorize the Mayor and Public Works Director to sign a task order with Burgess and Nipple, Inc. for the North Yale Street and 7th Avenue corridor study in the amount of $99,796. It is using a standard agreement and approved in the FY24 budget.
I move that we deny.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we deny. Should we give staff a reasoning for denial?
Well, I can give comment if that's what you're asking for.
I am.
Okay, so from my side, 7th and Yale has a fair amount of traffic on it already for what would be considered a neighborhood. And so it seems like then we're trying to have somebody go through and do another study on it. I think it's been studied once or twice in the past, but that's possibly faulty memory. So I just don't see a need to keep studying it until council and staff have come to an agreement as to what's the character of the area is supposed to be. And are we wanting to widen and take right away? And what we experienced on Lake Lowell this evening, I can only imagine this one would be even more lively discussion after we've spent money on a study. So I think we need to pause and have a little bit more review of the issue before we authorize money.
Thank you. And you know, Crystal, one of the things that comes to my mind on this one is that when we're looking at the realignment of Highway 45 and where that realignment is going to take place, one of the areas of most of the accidents is at 7th and 12th. But if that's going to be considered as we look forward into a realignment, now may not be the right time to be doing any traffic study there because it may be something that we look at in a little different light later. So,
May
would
I
you like?
address
Yes, you
questions,
may.
Mayor? Awesome, thank you, Mayor and council members. I agree, studying things for just studying's sake is a waste of money. In this case, this is not what we're proposing. Councilman Bills, you're absolutely correct. We need to look at the character of this road, and that's one of the things that this study would do. It's not going to design preliminarily even. It's going to look at potential right-of-way impacts, but this is really a safety study. So about in 2010, there was a study done on this road that looked at different capacity options. We're not looking at capacity here. So in the past 5 years, which is typically when we look at what we cap safety projects at, anything older than 5 years, so I think I said 10 just a second ago, anything older than 5 years, the data is so old that it's not as relevant. So in the last 5 years, there's over 200 accidents in this corridor. So it would score very highly for any grant eligible projects for a safety related grant. For transportation and in our long range plan, we try and do about one planning project a year. In the last 2 years, 2 years ago, we did the USTIC corridor as a planning grant. We spent $150,000 on that, all told. It was a three-way split between us, Highway District 4, and Highway District 1. So we each only paid $50,000. We were able to leverage that planning that we had done for the $10 million strategic initiatives grant that we got. So it's an example of how we utilize these planning grants and in the long-term corridor analysis to set us up for success for future grants. The one we did last year was for the Midland corridor. It's north-south corridor that's very important. Again, that was capacity related. So those are the last two we've done have been capacity related and aren't as eligible for the safety related grants. This corridor was identified because of citizen feedback. Since I've been here, this has been a constant pain point, not only at the intersection of 12th and 7th, which is Mayor Kling so eloquently put it. Hopefully we'll get taken care of a little bit with the realignment of State Highway 45, but also the intersections of 7th and 7th, which has 21 accidents in the last 5 years, the intersection of High Street, 7th and Yale, which has 5, and then those two intersections that are technically ITD roads at North Side and 2nd and North Side and 3rd. We're seeing about 54 accidents and about 40 accidents on those in the past 5 years, and quite a few of these are injury-related accidents. So our goal here is to look at the 7 major intersections identified, kind of come up with a plan on how to improve them from a safety standpoint, and we will look at what the roadway analysis needs to be or what the roadway capacity needs to be. But like I said, this is really safety improvements, not capacity.
Mayor? So, okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, so in our consent agenda, we approve a road inside of a neighborhood subdivision this evening that is installing 5 stop signs in less than 1/8 of a mile to reduce traffic. Was there a study done for that?
So Daniel can speak to this as well, but those stop signs that we are looking to install are at T intersections already that could be stop controlled. So,
Mayor, Councilman Bills, those are stop signs that, to be real honest, should have been installed with the development when it went in, and those were missed, and so they are. That's really what the There are a number of them that were installed. There were a few that were not, that was missed back when they went in. And so that's really the reason for them. They should have been there to start.
Thank you. So, I guess I feel like doing another study. So we did one 5 years ago. Now it's outdated, so we're going to do this one. Or maybe it's been 10 years.
So, yeah, we did the last study in 2010. The numbers were relooked at and escalated in about 10 years from that, about 7 years ago, but the data is out of date. And like I said, that study was for capacity. It wasn't looking at the different safety improvements specifically at the intersections.
Yes. Councilman Griffins?
Crystal, have you seen an uptick in the number of years? Last year, was it higher than the year previous and the year before that? Do you have that kind of data or information? Is it something that we're seeing trending upwards where it needs to be mitigated right now?
Councilman Griffith, we don't have all the 2024 data, obviously. There's been 5 so far in 24. There was 54 accidents in 23, 57 in 22, 52 in 21, 31 in 20, which I assume was because of COVID and less drivers, and 72 in 2019. So it is a continual problem over the last 5 years.
I do think you need to look at the location of those and the serious ones, because a number of those are at 7th and 12th at that intersection. It is clearly marked. There are clearly, there are crosswalks. It's a signal, and I don't know what else we would do there. And sometimes you can't fix a situation where people, I know you're laughing about what I'm going to say, but I won't say it, but there's certain things that you can't easily fix where we're fully mitigated. And so I think we need to, based on what Councilman Bills is saying, I guess the question is, what are we looking to do? Is this another one where we're looking for a federal grant maybe? So we have to have a traffic study because it's a historic district. We've already looked at that. The impact, if you were going to put like a roundabout in at 7th and 7th or something, that's
perfect.
Right, exactly, wouldn't happen. And so when we're looking at it today and we're looking at this road that we drive all the time, what really could we do there? And so is it worth spending $100,000 to bring somebody in when we can be looking at those numbers ourselves? And I don't know what we would mitigate.
Yeah, so Mayor, we currently don't have the staff in order to do this study ourselves, which is unfortunate, which is why we're proposing it to go out. And like I said, when we did the USTIC corridor study, that was, how many intersections? 9 intersections, it was 150 grand. Last year we did the Midland corridor study, which was 9 intersections, it was $369,000. This one is 7 intersections for $100,000 to kind of give you guys the correct scope. And yes, you are correct. Our goal is to go after grants, whether it's federal or state funded. Both of them are options. And the grants score higher if we go through the planning process first. So they have to show a long-range plan and how that correlates with our Communities in Motion and our Compass grants.
Mayor.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, okay, we had Councilman Reynolds, thank you.
Just
And then
a
Councilman
comment. So it sounds like you don't have, you said you don't have the staff. And I think from my perspective and probably Councilman Bill's, we're looking at studies over and over and over, and it's a lot of dollars. So if you took that $99,796 and hired an employee and did all your studies, would that help?
I would
Come
absolutely
budget
do
time?
that.
Unfortunately, this is a one-time dollar and staff is reoccurring expense every year. However,
They could do all
So
of our
moved.
studies.
all the future studies forever. Thank you. Councilman Griffins, did you have another comment?
So it's just kind of to reiterate what you had said, Mayor, because I'm looking for a very sharp pointed response. What do you foresee other than the grant that this study will prove to us that we already don't know?
This will give us potential intersection improvements at each one of the identified 7 that we want, so that we can apply for grants.
So grants.
Yes.
Okay.
We want more money from this. Spend a little money to get a lot of money. That's our goal.
Mayor Glenn?
Yes.
So, Crystal, what I want to see from these consultants that we can always hire all the time, they set the price and we accept their price? Or do you make them give us a detailed, itemized list of why they're making us pay $100,000?
Councilman Reynolds, we negotiate.
Rodriguez.
Or Rodriguez.
Rodriguez over there.
Ooh, slip there.
Hey,
Slip there.
I did it first.
Okay,
So
okay.
I did it first.
My favorite, Councilman Rodriguez. We do negotiate both the scope and the level of effort for all of these. And on some of our larger projects, we even deep dive hour by hour into how long it takes to do these.
I see. Do you have the paperwork on this one then? The 99,000 whatever?
We have the scope of work and then the breakdown is in Exhibit D for you.
Okay, yeah. Is it pretty much in line with all the other consultants' price wise?
Yes.
Okay, so we do, unless there's further discussion, we have a motion on the table, and that is to deny this. There was a motion and a second. And unless there's further discussion, I'd like to go to roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Pingula,
No.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
No.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, Crystal. Okay, let's go to 710 on the agenda. This is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign a construction contract for the attached scope of work with Brycon for the construction of the downtown trash enclosure. And it was a standard construction contract with document that was approved by legal. Project used allocated funds from the Nampa Development Corp. And was approved in the NDC FY24 budget. Amber?
So moved.
I second, or I.
Okay, so there is a motion and second. I have a couple questions. So the contract document, who did the contract documents? Who actually wrote those up?
Mayor Kling, the construction documents were written up by Facilities Development.
Okay.
It was the standard template they use for their construction projects.
Okay, perfect. The only comment that I would like to say, this needs to get done, Amber. Thank you for your hard work on it. I really appreciate it. I think you got a warning that my recommendation in this motion is that we only authorize the mayor to sign the construction contract if the funds are managed by the city of Nampa and returned from the DNCA and put in a city of Nampa account. Because that we want to be signing off on the construction and not issuing payment until we have signed off on it.
That is correct.
And that can be done, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I want the motion to include that.
Please.
Okay, so the motion is that, to authorize the mayor to sign, once we have the funds put back into the Nampa, city of Nampa, even though they're NDC funds, so that we can match the payment to the.
So moved.
Thank you. So it was moved.
There was already a motion. and a-
There's a motion and
You go back to
the original motion. Randy, were you the original motion?
Yes, but not before all this additional language was being added to it.
So the question is, would the original motion, would you add to the motion that, to authorize the mayor to sign the construction contract if the money is put back into the city so that no payment is issued until we can sign off on it?
Even though it was money that was allocated by the Nampa Development
Well, you
Corporation?
can put the money back in NDC, but it shouldn't be in DNCA. That's my point.
Yeah, I would assume, I would expect that it would go back to the NDC, not to the city, since the NDC is the one that's providing the
Perfect.
funding.
And that's great. So we'll put it back in NDC, and then the payment won't be authorized until we have signed off on it, and it gets authorized out of NDC. That's great. I just want to make sure the city, no payments made until we sign off on it.
Right, I agree with that. I
Thank
just, again, if there's a default, it should go back to the NDC.
NDC, thank you.
So then the clarification is, city signing a contract with money that's not yet authorized.
It is,
authorized.
it's authorized by NDC. It's already budgeted.
I understand, but the NDC is a separate entity.
We're just authorizing the mayor to sign the construction contract because it's going to be overseen by the city of Nampa. But it's being funded through NDC, and it's
Construction
approved
is being
in their
overseen.
FY24 budget.
Well, typical construction contracts have who's the responsible party for payment.
And it should, well, it probably does, so we'll need to go back and see what the construction contract says, who the responsible party is for payment.
Yeah, I believe the contract says it's the city responsible for that payment.
Okay, so if,
So if the city is responsible for the payment, the dollars need to come back to the city.
yeah,
So that there's funds to administer the contract.
yeah.
I have a question. So if NDC is funding this and City of Nampa is project managing it, are we being reimbursed from NDC for our project management time?
I don't believe so.
Mayor, I'm going to pull my motion.
Okay.
You can make a different motion if
So
you
we'll
want to.
just start with the different
Right.
motion.
And
Okay.
also, if the path that we're moving down is one where the 51,000 needs to be allocated by the city versus NDC, again, we're getting in waters that I didn't expect us to get into when we discussed this at the NDC level. We're all for funding this, but if for some reason, I'm not sure why, you're worried about the DNCA or whoever that might be, long-term, then maybe we should pull this and discuss it further at both levels then.
Actually, there is, and I know that Daniel has a comment, but I have no concerns about the project. The project needs to get done.
Right.
My concern is that if we're authorizing, if we're managing the contract, I personally feel that the funds should be moved from the DNCA to the city and just have them transferred back in, and then the city will issue payment once the work is done. Because we're authorizing it, because right now, even though NDC's authorized it, it went over to DNCA, but DNCA really has nothing, no authority over this project.
Right, we were funding an enclosure.
Correct.
And so
And the
that's-
city's going to provide the oversight
Right.
to getting that done. And with that, my ask is that the funding gets moved back from DNCA, because DNCA has absolutely no authority over this. So therefore, the funds should remain with the city of Nampa, and then we will issue payment once the contract is completed.
And I don't think the long-term obligation is something the NDC wanted as well. I mean, it's a city-owned entity, long-term. Initially, we were just the funding arm for it, so I
It was
just want to make
strictly
sure
funding.
that, we're not creating a lack of clarity by virtue of muddying the water a little bit, so.
I think it's important that the city have the funding rather than the DNCA. So Daniel and Patrick?
Mayor, so the typical process that we would have gone through in these before is the city would review and issue payment, and then we would submit to NDC for reimbursement. That is the typical process in this type of a situation.
Okay. So how's the contract stated? Is it,
I was just looking through there.
Thank you.
I was trying to find it. It had stated that the city would issue payment. When I had spoke to legal, I was speaking with Joe Borton about this one before he had left. His recommendation was to put a very basic MOU together between the city and DNCA that basically states what Daniel had just said, that they would not issue payment until the city said the work is complete and we're ready for them to issue payment.
and I'll just say I'd like to see the funds remitted back from DNCA, whether it be to NDC or the city, whichever. So let's put them right back in NDC, who is funding it, and then we will deal with the reimbursement policy as Daniel and Patrick shared. Yeah, after the work is done. Yes.
Do you need a new motion then?
We would need a motion to go ahead and authorize, yes, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I don't know if
Yeah.
I need to chime in, but the contract is with the city.
Thank you.
So the city would be on the hook for payment, but the reimbursement between the city and NDC is a separate matter between the city and NDC.
Thank you very much, I appreciate that. No.
Okay.
The contract is with the city of Nampa. The city of Nampa's legal has reviewed it. It is fine.
Okay.
So I don't think so, and I didn't mean to muddy the water. It's important that the funds come from the DNCA, in my opinion, come back to the city of Nampa, and, or if you prefer, they go to NDC, but NDC has already authorized it. I think it should come into the city of Nampa and just let us get the project done, and the city's overseeing it. And NDC's already budgeted it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mayor
rather than,
Kling,
yeah.
and Councilman Haverfield. The next steps then would be to just get this on the next DNCA board agenda, have them authorize the transfer of those funds to the city as the city is project managing
Did
this.
you say
and
the
then we'll be
DNCA
able
or
to
the
move forward.
NDC?
DNCA.
Since the NCA is currently holding funds, we will
they
put
are.
an agenda item on their next board meeting to issue those funds, transfer the funds back to the city, since city is project managing this.
Mayor,
Yes.
I move that the mayor to sign a construction contract after receiving the funds back from DNCA for the attached scope of work with Brecon, so on and so forth.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved and
So on
seconded.
so forth.
Is there any further discussion?
Did
Roll
you
call.
learn that in school or what?
Learned it from
Pingula.
Yes, it does.
Pingula.
Okay, roll call.
Yes.
Thank you.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
I'm not sure. But I assume yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, Amber. Appreciate it. Okay,
this an
so let's go to
April Fool's joke or
711 very quickly. This is to authorize the purchase of a John Deere Model 6110M 110 horsepower tractor for the Fort Idaho Center Horse Park from Campbell Tractor Company in the amount of $88,500.
So moved.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Hopefully, there are no questions, but.
I do, so
You do
sorry.
have a question,
Yeah, don't
okay?
be mad.
Your question is?
So the surplus of the 8,500, that shortfall, is that's going to be coming out of the parking lot repairs?
I'll let you speak to it. I don't recommend it necessarily come out of parking lot repairs, but there are dollars that are set aside, and that's how they've identified it. We still need to repair the parking lot.
Mayor and Councilman Angela, that's what they're proposing because they don't have enough money in this year's funding for parking lot repairs to finish what they really need to do because they have, and they might need to use some of that funding for the parking stalls actually, or for the parking lot for actually the new stalls that they're trying to get as well. So that all needs to be worked out between probably the mayor and Oakview Group. But anyway, it's $8,500 is what they're short.
So they're currently renting it, correct?
They're renting it, and their lease is going up to $2,500 a month.
Okay.
So this is a much more cost-effective way since they're going to need this size of a tractor going forward.
The parking lot's a priority for me, but I understand the fiscal side of this, so I'm fine with it, but I would recommend trying to figure it out somewhere else because that's a priority for me to get that done. We have a lot of people that come in here.
And we'll have more parking lot funding coming before you in the 25 budget as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Bills.
No.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, we have 2 items left. We're going to do, well, we have 3 items. We're going to do 16A right now. We're going to go to Adam and his presentation, and then we're going to come back to 712. So 16A was an action item that we pulled from the consent agenda. It was to authorize Public Works to sign a task order for the attached scope of work with JUV engineers for the pump maintenance, FY25 project in the amount of $70,900. I believe Councilman Bills had a question on that particular item.
I apologize, Mayor. I was looking at something else. I missed what you said.
So you had a question on 16A. We moved it off of consent.
I did.
And you had a question for David, for Daniel. Excuse me.
David's my dad.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I popped it on you really quick.
That's okay. So the question mark is, I just wanted a clarification that this contract is strictly for JUB to go figure out what's going to maybe need to be repaired next year?
So this is for the design work for the pre-testing of the pumps and everything, and the design work for the bid for next year's construction project. So annually, we go through and we do repair, replacement of pumps, motors, electrical upgrades, those types of things. As part of the design work, they go out and visit the sites, do pre-testing on the equipment that is there to determine what's needed, and what electrical things are needed, the pumps, their condition, what needs to be done to them, whether they can be rebuilt or whether they need to be replaced. And so this is the design work to determine what we will be bidding next year for construction.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So just real quickly, this said approved in the FY25 operational budget on the action item, but the actual construction would be done in FY25. So is the design work in FY24?
So the item is approved in the FY24 operational budget. So the design work is approved in the FY24 budget, and then the construction will be budgeted in FY25.
So this, in the parentheses where it says approved in the FY25 budget, it is really FY24 operational budget.
I'm looking at the action item, and it's calling out the FY24 operational budget.
Okay, so unfortunately, our agenda says it says the FY25 maintenance budget and then the FY25 operational budget, but maybe.
So there's some disconnect between the
But
write-up
maybe there was
and
an
that,
update
but-
to this that didn't get updated on
and
the
that's-
agenda.
That's possible, but
Thank you.
it is funded out of the
It's a-
FY24 budget for
Thank
the
you.
design work. Construction will be in the FY25 budget.
Thank you for the clarity. Okay, so with that, is there a motion?
Move forward.
Second.
Is a motion to approve? I think that motion was to authorize them to sign the task order for the attached scope of work with JUB engineers for the pump maintenance. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez. Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Adam, you're on.
Griffin.
Come on up.
Yes. Apologies.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, we are going to move right now over to our staff communications from Adam Mancini. Adam, thank you for being so patient and waiting so late tonight. I think in this you drew the short straw, and I apologize for that, but thank you. Thank you. Oh, shoot. I don't think we can because everything's busy from here on out. It'll get worse, so I think we're going to have to move forward.
Mayor and Council, I appreciate the opportunity. I apologize for the technical difficulties. But wanted to thank you for this time to share Nampa Forestry's accomplishments in 2023. For some of you that haven't met me, Councilman Griffin is absent for the moment, but my name is Adam Mancini. I'm the urban forester for the city of Nampa. And thank you, James. I will proceed. So 2023 was a great year for Nampa Forestry. We were fortunate to accomplish many things. Starting off, we were unprecedented. We planted 657 trees across various areas in the city. Centennial Golf Course was one, Ridgecrest Golf Course, Kohler Lawn Cemetery, Laura Brandt Park, Stoddard Pathway, and of course, Nampa's right-of-way tree program. With that, we couldn't have done without some of our volunteers. We logged 850 volunteer hours, which is excellent from our community, along our pathways and through our parks. There's various church groups, schools, community businesses, banks, Idaho Power, Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts, Nampa Rotary Club, Nampa Rec Center staff, Leadership Nampa, Idaho Conservation Corps, Nampa families and individual citizens all participated in giving back to the community. Volunteers helped with various projects such as construction, installation, and painting of park benches, playground painting, tree planting, mulching tree wells, trash pickup, pathway patrol, which is part of our Adopt a Pathway program. Even Girl Scouts constructed a dog toy box, which Mayor Kling was fortunate to be a part of with the dedication at our Amity Dog Park. Next, we looked at where there was a need to increase the level of service throughout Nampa, and it's been more than 20 years since we've added staff to our forestry department, and informal staff needs analysis developed by me was indicating that there was definitely a need. And we hired a new arborist, Peter Harsey. You can see his credentials there on the screen. We are also looking at 2 additional seasonal staff to accompany him, take care of the tasks. And with the added staff, we're looking to, this will enable Nampa to help citizens comply with the public right-of-way tree clearance requirements, maintain better street sign visibility for safety, provide additional opportunities for outreach to the public, reduce response times for tree requests by other city departments, and citizen concerns. We also looked at some policy and resource updates. The Treasure Valley Tree Selection Guide is a useful resource. We've completed the 2nd edition of it. It's a free resource for all Treasure Valley public, educators, professionals, and architects. This also is referred to in the city code for guidance on tree selection, planting tips, and species restrictions. Developed in cooperation with the City of Nampa, City of Boise, Idaho Nursery and Landscape Association, Idaho Department of Lands, ACHD, local tree nurseries, architects, and nonprofits. We also updated some city code. It's been more than 4 years in the works, specifically for Chapter 2. We added some definitions to improve the understanding and language within the city code. Added a new section 5-2-26 to avoid future conflicts between utilities and trees. Also added a section 5-2-27, is tree mitigation for development. It was created to recognize the value of existing desirable trees and to provide opportunities to retain and protect them. This new code also allows the City of Nampa the right to require the developer to plant the corresponding caliper inches that may have been lost from removal of existing trees during development. In many cases, this is already being satisfied. We also made some minor edits to Chapter 33 to improve the language and better clarify the information. Some years ago, we developed an urban forestry and management plan for the City of Nampa. We did some updates in it as well. This is a working document available to the public, which includes benefits that trees provide to our community, a clear view of the budget expenses, how Nampa Forestry is structured, and staff development. Also found in this document is Nampa Forestry Programs Services, tree care practices, partnerships and memberships throughout the community. Most importantly, the goals and objectives are identified to help guide Nampa Forestry to be progressive, sustainable, and better manage the urban forest. A total of 7 goals were completed, 5 were reassigned, and 6 new goals were added. Something we're most proud of, Nampa was celebrated its 25th year as a Tree City USA. Nampa is one of 3,559 cities in the world to be recognized as a Tree City USA. In addition, we obtained the Growth Award. We're proud of this designation. A city must show significant investment and growth in the urban forestry program by following established criteria set by the Arbor Day Foundation. Another big accomplishment, the Inflation Reduction Act was set by President Biden. It's a federal grant providing funds for the urban forestry programs throughout the country. This grant is match wavered and is dedicated to disadvantaged and underserved communities, which more than 75% of Nampa falls within this category. With the competitive bid process of 842 bid submissions, only 385 bids were granted, equaling $1.13 billion. Idaho was awarded $5.72 million, and of that, Nampa got $1 million alone. Projects for this funding are going to go towards the Kohler Lawn Cemetery, which you can see in this picture. The arborvitaes, unfortunately, have been declining for years, and we've tried to mitigate the problem with pest control, but it's been unsuccessful. There's over 360 arborvitaes, some 75 years old, that will be required to be removed and replaced. The importance of this project is to increase diversity so that we don't have a monoculture where there's one species that can be impacted like this again. I created a master tree planting plan for the cemetery that includes diversity. Second project, Nampa tree canopy assessment and tree planting. This will help determine the health and the diversity of Nampa's tree canopy and identify areas where trees can be planted. And third, inventory Nampa's right-of-way trees. Currently, Nampa only has the public trees inventoried in our system, and we're only able to really capture and identify the monetary benefits of the public trees. Capturing the inventory and the benefits of the right-of-way trees gives us a better picture of the benefits that trees provide to the community. In addition to the grant funding that Nampa received, Nampa, myself, sits on the board of the Treasure Valley Canopy Network. And Treasure Valley Canopy Network was awarded more than $1 million, as well as the Idaho Conservation Corps was awarded more than $14 million. Nampa Forestry has a valuable partnership with each organization, which will be utilizing grant funds throughout Nampa. This work will include removal of invasive species, tree planting, updating Nampa's tree inventory, and much more. We also looked at some successes with our public consultations, outreach, and community education. This provides valuable opportunities for added services to Nampa citizens through education, enhancing Nampa's urban forest, and assisting the tree care. 226 free tree consultations with Nampa citizens at their home or business, equal to 170 city forester hours, myself, meeting with these citizens to discuss their challenges with their personal trees and concerns. Of those consultations, 76 were the right-of-way tree program, which we extend to the public in the spring and the fall. 289 Nampa citizens attended 6 free horticulture workshops presented by Nampa Forestry and Partners, which included Nampa Forestry, CWI Horticulture Program, Idaho Department of Lands, and University of Idaho Extension. In addition to that, Nampa Forestry in the classroom. I connected with 50 students at Inspires Connections Academy for an Arbor Day presentation and education, 25 students with Liberty Arts Charter School, 25 students with Idaho Fine Arts Academy. These provided educational opportunities for students to learn about trees, both in the classroom and actually be out and physically plant trees in our parks. Next, we have there we go. Myself was fortunate to be able to go out to the Pioneer Fire's devastated area, and Nampa Forestry had a field day, which myself, to help restore Idaho's national forest by planting seedlings in devastated wild burn areas. More than 150 seedlings were planted thanks to the City of Trees Challenge and the Treasure Valley Canopy Network efforts. In cooperation with the U.S. Forest Service, the Canopy Network, City of Nampa Forestry, City of Boise Forestry, City of Boise ex-council President Elaine Clegg, the Nature Conservancy, and Idaho Forest Products Commission. Thank you for your time, and if there's any questions or comments, I'd like to take them.
Thank you, Adam. Are there any questions or comments? I tell you what, you're doing such an amazing job, and I want to say thank you. We have a beautiful community. I look at the pictures there of our parks, the trees that we have. Trees make a big difference in a community and the feeling. And then also it's good for just reducing temperatures in the summertime, right, with the shade. So I just want to say thank you. Really good job. Adam, you're doing a great job. Thank
Madam
you
Mayor?
so
Thank
much.
you.
And thank you for our parks, too. Yes.
Today at VRT, I told Elaine that her picture was in our council packet. And she said that she really enjoyed working with you on that field day, so, and good job for what you're doing.
Thanks you, Councilman
Thank you
Reynolds.
very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any council members or mayor have any questions about any of the programs or anything we're doing, please feel free to reach
Or
out to me.
take a day and go tour and look at all the different areas, because I tell you what, how many parks do we have, 27?
Yeah, right around there.
Yeah. When you think about it.
It'll always turn out the same every time we go.
Yeah.
Yes, with Huckleberry Dog Park, I think we're at 28, I believe.
28, okay. Well, that's going to be exciting. Thank you
Yes.
so much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank
Do
you.
you have any snakes?
Snakes?
Snakes. No. I went with Earl Moran one day.
We'll leave that to Earl.
And Earl
Oh.
had a snake come out of his dashboard.
Yeah, I wouldn't like that. Okay. So we have one more public hearing, and so we need to move to that public hearing right now. We're not going to postpone it because we did last time, and I know our public hearing schedule is getting busy. So we are going to move forward with public hearing 8.2. Did we have anyone originally signed up for this? No. Okay, so I would feel bad if we had people waiting, but we didn't. So public hearing 8.2 is an action item. This is the Nampa City Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map Amendment to change the residential mixed use, community mixed use, and medium density residential designations to high-density residential, commercial, and industrial designations in the area north of the railroad tracks, south of I-84, east of Northside Boulevard, and west of the railroad tracks, and Nampa City Code text amendment to make changes to Title 10 Planning and Zoning, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 8, Chapter 11 and 12, Chapter 13, 15, 16, 19, 22, 25, 24, 26, 27, 31, 33, and 34. This was continued from March 8th, and thank you for bolding those for me. From the March 8th meeting, and Christie's here to provide us our staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. It's late. I'll try not to drone and put you to sleep. This isn't a real exciting topic. So the action tonight is for your approval or denial or discussion about these code changes. First of all, I want to talk about some comprehensive plan amendments. In our north area of town, we have some zoning that's ILRS, and you really have the option to choose, which ultimately could end up being a light industrial property right next to a single-family residential property. And that, if you're going in a row down First Street North, you could have every other property be something different. So what we were trying to do here is establish a policy that says if you want to do something on that property that redevelops it from what it actually is, you have to rezone it. To be able to do that, we have to put some designations in our comp plan that actually fits that area. So that area right now is really developing out as multifamily. There's a lot of apartments there. There's a lot of duplexes, fourplex developments, those kinds of things going into that area. And the majority of the property there is actually zoned RML, which is a high-density zone. So we suggest that we kind of clean up our comprehensive plan map a little bit, and you'll see on the left map, that's what we have now. It's a mixture of community mixed use, residential mixed use, medium density residential, high density, and light industrial. So what we're proposing is the one in the middle that actually just cleans that whole area up, makes the majority of it high density residential, the area along the freeway commercial, and the areas that are already being used as industrial. And then that way, if someone comes in and wants to redevelop their property, we have very clear designations about what will fit in that area. So that's the proposal for the comprehensive plan map amendment.
Christy, can you pause right there and go back? So could you talk about the specific colors, because we can't see the color coding from here, and I don't have my computer open. So could you say which ones are which? So
On the middle map?
On the middle map, what you're recommending, because the left is what it was, you're recommending it changes to this. And so the red at the top, and then right there on the west side of Northside Boulevard, and then on the south along Second, the red is that commercial?
That's commercial.
Okay, then the brown is?
High-density residential.
High-density residential. And is
the
that pretty
majority of
much
those
what that is?
properties that are in there currently are zoned RML, which is a high-density zone.
Okay.
So we're just trying to match the comprehensive plan to what's already on the ground.
Okay, and the blue?
The blue is public, so that's the cemetery.
That's what I was thinking it was. Okay, so is that?
And the gray is industrial.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions about that?
Any questions? Thank you for the clarity.
Okay. So moving into Title 10, we're going to start with Chapter 3. Again, this addresses that ILRS zoning, and we're writing a piece into our Schedule of Use chapter that says when a lot or parcel is located in an area that is zoned ILRS or IPRS, the current existing use may continue unaltered. Any expansion or redevelopment of the parcel will require a request to rezone to a land use zone that complies with the Nampa Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map designation for the area in which it is located. So that applies to that map that you just saw. So in Chapter 1 of Title 10, we have just a couple of quick little revisions to some definitions in here. So the nonconforming buildings, we had an actual date listed in here, but we actually are going to change that to a previous zoning ordinance. So if it complied with a previous zoning ordinance and that zoning ordinance has since changed, then it becomes a nonconforming use. Under accessory dwelling units.
So I'm going to pause. I think what I'd like to do, each one of these, we're going to pause real quickly and ask council if they have any questions or concerns about the changes as we go through so that we can address them as we go. Councilman Haverfield?
So Christie, that's what I was looking at is the wording to remove the references to guest houses. And I was going to ask if guest houses are basically accessory dwelling units as well.
Yep.
So we'll still have language about accessory dwelling units, just not the term guest houses?
That's correct. So this is the definition for accessory dwelling units.
Okay.
We're just removing the guest house title because they all fall
confusion.
under that same headline.
Okay. I'm glad that you pointed, because I couldn't find it, and I was looking through Title 10.1, so it's on there, so, okay, thank you.
Okay. Did anyone have any questions about 10.1.2b, the changing the pre-existing, the actual date and just saying a previous zoning ordinance? Are there any concerns over that language? Okay, no. And then the next residential dwelling units where we have crossed out the use of guest houses as for residential unit rentals. Those are, each one of those, you've gotten rid of the guest house reference, all for the same reason you just mentioned?
Correct, because they all just fall under the accessory dwelling unit.
Okay, any questions about those? Okay, what I'm trying to get us to sign off as we go through.
Yep.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. So 10.1.2, we're basically just adding this graphic here that says how we're measuring building height.
That did not change on our screen.
Well, because I didn't change it.
There we go.
There we go.
Thank you.
So we went from basically describing building and structure height to just showing it in a figure, so it's a little more clear how we measure building height.
But it still references the actual, what that is in a footage, correct? This is just how you do it.
This is how you do it. Yeah,
Right.
each zoning chapter has its
Has
own
its
height
own.
requirements. This is just how we measure it.
Mayor Kling.
Any, yes?
So Christie, to the top of the top plate of the second, in this case, second-story wall, so the roof, parapets, roof on a pitch, that is not a part of that height?
That's correct.
Okay. Good to know.
Okay, any questions on this? Are we good with this one? Okay.
Okay. So bonding language. We put this in a couple changes ago where we added a bonding opportunity for a commercial project. So if they wanted certificate of occupancy, if they hadn't done their landscaping yet, they could bond for their landscaping and then move into their building. For this, we have some projects that are huge industrial multi-tenant projects that they want to be able to start moving some of those tenants in before they have maybe some of the painting done or some of the landscaping or those kinds of things. And so this language is just to help us kind of regulate the multi-tenant projects with an approved phasing plan prior to the occupancy of those tenant spaces. So we will set up a phased plan for them so that they have it done by the time the final tenant moves in.
I have a question. Where does building reside on this? Because building is actually the one doing the inspections. So what is because this says from the planning director, where does building fall? And it does say as or his or her designee.
This is strictly for the planning inspections. So this
Just
only
planning.
applies to facade improvements based on design review and landscaping and parking. That's it. We're
Okay,
not
this has
looking at
nothing
anything
to
on
do
the
with
building.
building. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
So Christie, I'm looking at what I pulled up in my files as far as it's Title 10, it was created in 21. This one item here, 1016E, is not in that, it stops at D. So is there a more current Title 10 available online?
So are you in the codifiers documents?
No,
Or are you
I'm-
in the PDF?
I'm in just the Planning and Zoning Title 10. So,
Right, but where are you finding that? Because there should be a September 2023 date at the bottom of the page.
Right.
And if it doesn't say September, it's
right,
not
this
current.
says 21. So is it available online?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I just need to get a more current file. Thank you.
We good with that? Okay. Enforcement. So we went through our proposed zoning map amendment code language. We worked this over with the city attorney to kind of narrow it down a little bit. We had 5 pieces of criteria, and as we were reading through them and trying to give you guys the findings in our staff reports, we realized that a couple of them kind of contradicted with each other. And so if you said yes to one, you were saying no to the other one, and that wasn't really good findings. So we pared them down, and we created 3 pieces of criteria instead of the full 5. I can read through those for you if you'd like, and try to explain to you the contradiction in terms, but. Mm-mm.
Excuse me, you didn't add any, you just removed these because according to legal, these were not necessary. Is that correct?
Just looking at them, Mayor, for example, you have the comprehensive plan land use map, which is really a part of the comprehensive plan overall. So that's covered. You don't need C4 and C1. And then compatibility is also addressed in 2 and 3. So I think they're good changes.
Good, okay. Any questions? Nope. Okay.
Okay. Also, under enforcement, we changed some language about when we change the comprehensive plan. So rather than allowing anyone to come in at any time to make a comprehensive plan change, we state that any amendment to the comprehensive plan will be scheduled for a public hearing once a year at the second Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing in January and the next available public hearing for City Council following that. Any person may petition the city to amend the comprehensive plan at any time, but the application will be held for that January hearing cycle.
So why did you choose January? The reason I say that is when if you have a change in city council, it's happening in January. It really does not give any new elected officials the time or opportunity to familiarize themselves with any changes to a plan. I think I would prefer, unless you guys feel differently, I'm just questioning if that's the best time of the year to do it.
So that's when it goes to planning and zoning.
But then
And then it can go on to city council whenever you feel like it's ready to do that.
Well, I just feel like it doesn't give your newly electeds much time to weigh in. And so could it be done a different time of the year would be my question.
We could, Mayor. I would just echo what Christy said, that Planning and Zoning Commission is the first step, and then it'll be at least February, probably at least March or April before you would see that come before you.
I would rather see it happen in October, for example. In the fall, I would do it in October because you still, newly elected, my goodness, in February to come back, they haven't even had a chance to get their head into it yet, in my opinion. Would anybody, you would agree?
I don't think
they all
we have
agree.
any concerns about whatever date you choose.
Whatever date you choose
Okay,
is
I'd
fine.
push it to October? October? Okay. Thank you. It's the beginning of a fiscal year rather than the beginning of a calendar year, so you could do this in October, which is the beginning of a new fiscal year.
Following October. So we're changing both January references to October.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so this one is just some cleanup language. One of our planning and zoning commissioners noticed that we outline very specifically the public hearing process in our code, and sometimes that isn't necessary. And now with our new software, since we don't have sign-up sheets that specifically say for, against, or undecided, we just have a list of people that come up and say. This really was calling out, we listened to the against first, the for, and then the undecided in that order. And so we're taking that language out so that we can hear them in whatever order they happen to be on the list.
Council, do you have any
about that?
questions regarding that?
Mayor, I would just say that our attorney is recommending as well that we go through this because they were concerned about that for, against, undecided. There may be another category that we're not considering, and so this is strongly recommended by our attorney as well.
Thank you. Okay, I think you're good to go.
Okay. Chapter 3, unlisted land uses. We kind of pared down this paragraph that talked about establishment of a proposed use with a conditional use permit when it isn't actually called out in our schedule of uses. So we said when a land use is not listed in the schedule of uses or it is unclear the category to which it applies, said use may be established or determined to be appropriate by approval of a conditional use permit in accordance with the provisions in Chapter 25. That's really just cleaning up this kind of ambiguous language that we had in this paragraph prior. We do that on occasion when we can't put your use into a box. We give it a conditional use permit. So,
Any
And then-
questions on this one?
That'd be kind of like the one on Lone Star tonight.
no, that was for duplexes. That was very specifically called out in the schedule of uses.
But it used the language of conditional use permit, right?
Yes, it still was a conditional use permit. And then the other change here was just to clarify the difference between a actual commercial daycare and a home occupation daycare.
Questions? Are we good? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so in the schedule of uses, we are looking at multifamily 4+ stories, so this would be an apartment building. We realized that we had either taken it out or we missed the permitted use in our downtown zone. And that's where we actually want those high-rise kind of apartment buildings. And then nursing home, assisted living, retirement home, convalescent, that kind of thing, also allowed in our downtown zone.
Why are we putting, so I have a question. Multiple family, yes, but why would we put a nursing home, assisted living, any of these homes in our downtown area, historic area.
Do you remember that conversation? Or we just say it's not in that one either, so let's put it in there?
I just don't understand why we would put that in our downtown, because that would not help with the revitalization and the economic impact of our downtown.
Sure.
Mayor Kling,
So, yes.
there currently are 2 high-rise convulsive homes in the downtown core areas.
They're not nursing homes. They could be considered a, retirement home. Well, are they assisted living? They're not, those are just low income, subsidized housing, but they're not a nursing home or assisted living home or hospice or that in our downtown core. And actually, we would not want any more of the low income in our downtown core.
Low income, I wasn't aware that the Golden Glow and the other are low income. That's what they're titled? Okay, I thought they were
I
just.
think, well, I'm not talking, so we're talking
Downtown historic.
downtown historic, downtown Nampa,
But what about the
More-
one that's on
12th and
2nd
7th.
2nd Street downtown? That's,
Second,
2nd and 15th.
yeah. Isn't that
the
a,
downtown core or downtown historic?
It is in the downtown historic zone,
It
but I
is,
don't
but
know if
you-
it's senior specific.
I don't know if it's, but it is a lower income housing
I
development.
thought it was senior.
I don't know if it's senior or not.
I haven't been in it, so I don't know for sure.
So I just don't know why we would put nursing homes in that category in our downtown historic group. It doesn't make
Fine.
any sense to
We
me.
can leave it out.
Yeah, I would.
Mayor,
Yeah.
it says 4+ stories. How many stories are permitted in downtown?
There's no height limitation.
None.
Based upon fire department.
Their ability to get there.
How many is that?
What their ladder truck. What if it's self-sufficient?
You want me to take that out?
The height, no, I'm sorry, the nursing home goes out. But everything else, the multiple family 4 stories would stay in.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
And then your last one would, I would agree with it.
Concrete batching and mixing, not allowed in
In
an
light
IL
industrial.
zone.
So, I'm sorry. So what did you take away? Did
The
you make
nursing-
amendments?
the
You
nursing
didn't on the
home.
screen.
The nursing home is going away. That right there is going away. In downtown historic. I just don't, it doesn't make sense. It does not add to the economic
As a permitted
impact.
use, what would be the problem with having it as a conditional use?
I don't think it's, if we want to revitalize and get our downtown going, that is absolutely not the land use we need downtown. Not in our downtown historic area, right downtown. It needs to be a part, it needs to be workforce housing at best. I mean, you need condos and housing up there.
Mayor Kling, the only reason I'm making a question is vertical communities incorporate more than just ambulatory people. Sometimes it could have a wider potential to it. So if you don't want to have older folks downtown, that's okay.
Well, not a nursing home, not
I
a,
think you need to look at the chart.
if you look nursing, go ahead.
The chart says dwelling multifamily 4+ stories is permitted. Then the next one says nursing home, assisted living, retirement, convalescent, geriatrics, Alzheimer.
Okay,
Hospice,
So
that is
the line-
not,
The line above covers what you're.
that's
speaking.
fine, David. I'm just talking about vertical communities and more progressive downtown cores have more potential to it than a limitation like, but we're different. We're a smaller downtown core. I'm just seeing it differently than you are.
you need housing downtown that can actually get out and shop, that can support your restaurants, that can support your retail. To have space downtown that is not supporting your local businesses is not going to help support your
Mayor,
downtown.
you're not catching my thoughts, so.
I don't think I'm
okay,
sorry.
go ahead
Okay.
and remove it, that's
Well-
fine.
Can you explain what
I'm
you're,
not
what you're
understanding
defining?
it.
Because I'm not understanding what you're defining different from the line.
Downtown historic is a unique area, yes, I agree with that. In larger metropolitan areas where there are hospitals, there are different type of vertical community elements, that type of a use can be placed in the downtown area along with assisted and independent living It doesn't have to be excluded. So we're excluding it. That's fine. We can always add it back in at a later date if that's something that happens, if the city grows to the point where it's something that's requested.
Well, in my opinion, downtown Nampa is a very finite location.
No, I agree. It's kind of unique. It's a small area.
Yeah.
It's not necessary that that would be something that would be a permitted use.
Yeah.
Fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So that one goes away.
That one goes away. This one may, too, we'll see how you feel about it. In the multifamily zoning districts, we've discovered that when you are trying to reach a certain density, as is outlined in our comprehensive plan, that 15-foot setback can be very detrimental and not allow you to reach the density that is required by the comp plan. So what we've proposed is when it's adjacent to existing residential uses, it has a 15-foot setback. Otherwise, it can have 5 if there's nothing that it's impacting. And that changes in 3 zones, RML, RMH, and RP.
So what about RS?
It's not multifamily. It's still 15 feet regardless. That's not changing.
So I just, for sake of time, because it's getting late, I'm going to just hit it real quickly. I'm really confused. We just now made the adjustment to get to 15 feet. We just changed it from 5. Now, I recognize that maybe you found a challenge in it, but is there another way to address the challenge? Because we literally just a couple months ago
Well, right, and
changed
addressing the
this.
challenge would be a variance that comes before you to ask special permission project by project, and that's fine.
But why would we even be accepting variances when we've changed our code because we have said we really want a 15-foot setback? 5 is not okay. We've said we want 15. Why would we be even hearing variances continually on that?
I've had probably 5 or 6 people since this code change come in and say, I can't make this work on the property that I have that's zoned multifamily. I can't make this work.
Why can't they make it work?
Because it does not allow them to put the number of units that they need on the property,
Right.
and they can't meet the density for the comprehensive plan that says they have to have high density at that location. They can't get the
You guys may be
parking.
smarter than me on this one.
They can't get the parking in for the number of units that they're required to have. They can't fit it. It takes too much of a chunk out of the property, especially when we're looking like at that north side situation where you've got small blocks of, small parcels, I should say, that are RML zoned. They're struggling to meet their parking requirements. They're struggling to design any kind of a functional living environment for people that it's still big enough for someone to live in with the garage, with parking, with the setback.
Are they trying to put too much? I guess every developer, and I do appreciate and I understand it, but every developer's going to try to get the best return out of that property and put as much on there that they can.
Correct, but in these multifamily zones, this is where we want the density. This is where we've said we want
But it needs to be
density.
smart density. It's kind of like smart growth, in my opinion. You don't want to cram people into a miserable living environment. So maybe where they're trying to put too much in there, it would still be high density. But I guess tell me what I'm missing.
Mayor Kling, I don't agree with the 5 feet at all. I think if you're going to have any vegetation that has a chance to survive, you have to have a minimum of 10 feet. 15 feet would be preferable if you have easements that you have to honor as far as for utilities. So I think that's the reason that we went down the path of refining it to 15 feet. Otherwise, you're going to have trees that are going to be dwarfed or they're going to die. They just don't have the root potential, or they're going to be lifting patio slabs or sidewalks up. So I don't agree that we should go back to a 5 foot. I think we need to maintain a rear setback of 15. But I think this council needs to be maybe more open to the vertical nature of things instead of limiting some heights sometimes. But that's a difference. It needs to be looked at for each development. But I'd maintain a minimum of 10 feet, but I would prefer the 15.
We don't have to keep it.
Mayor?
Yes?
Mayor, I just was going to kind of echo what Councilman Haverfield said, is that the challenge is meeting the density that's required by our code and by our comprehensive plan, right? So that's the challenge. They can achieve that with going vertical, as Councilman Haverfield has described. That is more costly a lot of times, and so that is a challenge for them to develop on these properties, especially when they're kind of odd-shaped or a smaller property trying to meet the density of the comprehensive plan.
And then
But
they still have to
can,
meet the parking requirement.
and they have to meet their parking requirements, so it's sometimes that may mean really vertical for a development to meet that density. So again, we've heard some concerns about going vertical from this council, and if you're okay with that, that is kind of the only way they're going to achieve their densities.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I remember we had an extensive conversation about the 15 feet, and I think we were pretty much all in agreement at that time. I think it should be left at 15 feet. And then the going vertical conversations I remember having were about a house or something overlooking somebody else's backyard. The 15 feet helps mitigate that, so we can deal with the height issues as they come along. But I think it needs to be left at 15 feet.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, unless somebody feels differently, just on all of these, leave them. Do not make a change.
Okay.
To 5 feet, leave them where they were.
Okay.
Then on the 8 feet, could we just leave it 8 feet? I'm not sure why we're reducing the accessory side structure and rear setback unless somebody thinks we need to do
Just to
that.
be consistent, but it's fine. It's already 8. We can leave it at 8.
I would leave it at 8,
Yep.
and then everything else is 15. So we don't have 5 feet anywhere. So I would just leave it unless someone disagrees. Okay, so no changes.
Okay,
Thank you.
no problem. In our downtown village zoning district, we realized that we were still allowing chain link fences, so we took that out. And then we also put in trash receptacles that should be screened with durable materials found on the related building's facade, so that then they're not trying to screen their trash bins with some kind of fencing that isn't going to be durable.
So I have a question. You took out that chain link is prohibited. And you said it's not allowed, and so,
Well, any proposed fencing material shall be reviewed and approved by the design review committee.
but it's important that chain link is prohibited. So is there a reason why we're taking that out?
I think we put it down here. I
Okay,
think we
so
moved it
where
into
would
this other section down here,
Fencing X,
where it says, for commercial uses, it's H3. For commercial uses, fencing constructed in materials such as chain link with slats, corrugated metal, typical residential wood or vinyl fencing, blah, 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 is not permitted in areas that are visible from the right-of-way.
okay,
So it's covered in that section.
thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
this is Rodney again. We were just talking, we haven't had a public testimony. I know that there may not be anybody here for public testimony, but
Oh, I'm
it's
sorry.
a
we're
little
s-
bit challenging to give direction to staff if we haven't heard from the public, so.
There is no one here for public testimony, so let me ask the question. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify? No? Okay, so no one is here intending to testify, and there's no one signed up. So thank you, you're right, because we're going through this and we are giving direction, but just to get it done.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
So this is basically the same language. These added paragraphs here are just the same language that's already in our design review codes. So we just wanted to keep it consistent.
Okay, any questions, comments? Okay.
Downtown Historic Zoning District, we noticed that we had some language in here about signs. So there's a wall sign that went up that's internally illuminated, and it came to our attention that that was not the intent of this code, was to allow any internally illuminated signs. So we were asked to take this out. Projecting cabinet signs, which is literally just the perpendicular signs coming off the wall, doesn't include the wall signs. This would include the wall signs, and everything cannot be internally illuminated.
Question?
Is there an issue that we're bringing this up from? Why would this be a problem?
Because there was recently an internally illuminated wall sign put on one of our buildings in the downtown historic district. It just isn't the same as what is already down there. And that's not the look that they wanted down there.
Who's we or they?
Well, our economic development department.
Just specifically, Cliff Long was involved in the original development of the sign code years ago, and that he said that this was the intent at that time, and that the wording didn't match the intent, and so he asked us to look at this and bring this before you.
I don't think it's necessary to strike that out if a business owner wants to have an internally illuminated sign, but maybe that's the entire code portion that I'm just hung up on.
Again, this is downtown historic district, so it has
Well,
a
and it
little
says
bit
that
different.
no internally illuminated projecting cabinet signs are allowed, or no internally illuminated signs are allowed. So it just says they're not allowed, but we're getting rid of projecting cabinet.
So you're still allowing illuminated signs?
No.
No, we're not allowing any.
Can we strike that? Is that something that we can propose? Because I just know that there's more, I won't say hip, but I'll say hip. Restaurants are downtown that have discussed something like that. I didn't realize that was an issue, that they couldn't have
So
internal.
neon lighting is different
Okay.
from internal lighting.
That's what.
So the neon pipes, that outline the letters, that's a different kind of sign than what we're talking about here.
Can you describe to me the sign that's being?
So like a box, a cabinet with a plexiglass front on it that has like fluorescent tubes behind it,
Oh, no,
lighting
yeah,
it
those are
outwards.
horrible.
That's what we're talking about.
I think the way I read it was any kind of internal lighting, so the neon
Yeah,
designs or
that-
the open signs or anything like that.
Yeah, that doesn't apply.
So is the new
Okay.
Napa sculpture sign considered
Internally illuminated?
internally illuminated? Yes.
I am not going down that road.
Christie,
Careful
Christie,
what you wish for.
Can you clarify that in here?
What?
Can you clarify what signs you're referring to? Or should we?
I'm not sure. I didn't review the sign permit, so I'm not really sure which one it is that they're talking about specifically. I just know that somebody came in and got a sign permit here the last couple months. And it's just a wall sign with a plexi front on it. And it's not what the intent was for our downtown.
Wow,
Okay.
okay.
Any other discussion on this one?
Could you?
Are we good?
Sorry, Mayor.
Okay, yeah.
Could you see for that new Napa sign that this could potentially be an arguing point?
Sign.
We're talking back here saying it's a sculpture rather than it's an
It's a sculpture,
artwork, rather
yeah.
than a sign advertising something.
That is true.
But if we have gray area with the word sculpture,
I think we're good. Okay, let's keep going. How close are we to the end? Are we only halfway through?
No, we've got about 6 pages left. So
Okay.
in the IL zone, nothing changed as far as setbacks go. I just took the wording out of paragraphs and put it into a table. Nothing else changed. It's easier to read. We did it in some other chapters. We like it better, so I cleaned this chapter up too.
Okay, I see
So this-
setbacks of 30 feet. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So question, this is pertaining to an IL zone?
Correct.
Okay. The way it reads, I thought it pertained to any.
Nope, we've changed all the residential zoning districts to have a table, and it worked out so well that we decided to do it in the IL, and I think, no, we didn't do it in the IH, maybe, we aren't there yet. This is for parking. So recently, we've had some questions about how to determine parking for a gym or a health club. We've kind of always just stuck it under indoor entertainment, which is excessive. It causes a gym to have hundreds of parking spaces when they only have capacity for 75 people. And so the square footage wasn't working out correctly. So I had an architect who was actually working on a health club at the time help me kind of come to a number that he thought would be more acceptable. And when he compared it to what the capacity of the membership would be inside the building and the parking spaces on the outside, this is the formula that he came up with.
I don't know what other thoughts are. It's a little difficult to figure this one out tonight. Can we come back and not approve it? Do you guys want to move forward with this, or is this one we want to come back?
No, that's fine.
It's fine? You're good with it? Okay. No questions on it? Okay, here we go.
We're good?
Okay. I could not at all determine if this is appropriate, but if everybody's good with it,
It's difficult when you don't
Yeah.
have a site plan to say, and that's why I was struggling with it, because I think our previous code was 1 per 75 square feet of gross floor area. It was a huge number.
Mayor,
So this is much more
for
reasonable.
comparison purposes, there are some municipalities that have it at 1 per 250 square feet.
Thank you. That's the kind
For
of
like
perspective.
office- Like office buildings.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So
you can move on.
Compromise. Thank you. So this one is chapter 25. So this is our CUP
What was the
language.
page you just went past? Did you just go past a page?
Did I? Sorry
Yes,
about that.
this
Just
one.
went past
Oh, I did.
561.
I pushed the button too many times. Thank you.
Yeah, I jumped over that 15-foot setback.
Yeah, there you go. So this is for variances, and we realized that we needed to clean some of this language up in this first paragraph. So a variance to city code may be requested with respect to requirements for fences, walls, site area, width, depth, coverage, front yard, rear yard, side yards, outdoor living area, height, size, or number of structures and distances between the structure or landscape area as a variance is applied for or in modified form on the basis of application, investigation, and evidence submitted. The following is found. So there's certain variances that the planning and zoning director has the authority to approve, and then there's certain variances that need to come to you. And when we rewrote it so that the director had some authority, it kind of got mashed in here, and then when we went back and read it, it didn't make any sense. So this is how we cleaned it up. We're like, wait a minute, that is not working. So this is, and then down here, it talks about how the planning and zoning director has the ability to make that decision based on these things. And then the rest of it did not apply.
Any questions, concerns on this? Okay, thank you.
Okay, conditional use permit language. We have obviously been going down the language on the conditional use permit based on the concrete plant. And so this is the language that we changed based on what has resulted from that conversation.
Yeah, I thought the changes were good.
Okay. Any questions?
We all good?
I'll just state that this is a change that needs to be made regardless of any application.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Correct way
it
to
needs
say.
to be clarified.
It shouldn't be looked at as a target against one particular applicant.
Right.
It really is for clarification of the process and
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
I've found it to not be clear on many occasions, so it isn't just for that one, but that one brought it into sharp relief. Chapter 27, we were talking about the process to get a subdivision for a cemetery or columbarium approved, and we've actually changed it from a technically public process to just giving the zoning director the ability to review the plat with the engineering department and approve it. So it doesn't have to go through the public hearing process. It's a cemetery. We all know it's a cemetery. It's going to stay a cemetery. We're
Where do
just
we
putting lot
have
lines in
a
place.
zone for cemeteries?
Well, the zoning and the plating are different. So we allow cemeteries in the IL zone or the IH zone. We just recently rezoned the Kohler Lawn Cemetery to IL. But they were putting in a columbarium, which is really just a wall.
Right.
And it had to go clear through the public hearing process to get approved, and it was kind of a waste of time, but.
Council, does anyone have any concerns on this? Okay, we're good to go. Thank you.
Okay. Chapter 23 in our landscaping, and this is it. We wanted to make sure that people knew the difference between xeriscape and xeroscape. Those are two different words. They mean two different things. We hear people use them interchangeably, and they're not really interchangeable, so.
Okay, any questions?
That's it. Any questions for me? Here's your motion.
So this is a public hearing, and we have asked, no one is here to testify. I've asked that there is, would you like to testify? Thank you. Come on forward.
Hi, I'm Mark Mitchell, 12355 Landau Way, Nampa, Idaho. Probably the questions I have is downtown OW, excuse me, Ms. Mayor, you're really concerned about convalescent home.
Yes.
Or assisted living, that kind of thing done, which is true. But what I'm noticing is that we're not looking at maybe height, like Randy had mentioned, going up. We don't have condominium complexes around here much.
Yeah.
And where I do financing, there is a lot of financing for that. There's a lot of FHA. And for the two tsunamis that are coming to us, which is the baby boomer generation and the millennial generation, a lot of baby boomers may not mind moving into a condominium where they can just leave. They don't have to worry about their yard or freezing or anything else. So that downtown might be good. Railroad tracks might stop that if they don't stop, at night. But those are the things in this thinking with the growth of the city. We have two tsunamis that there's no stopping. It is baby boomers and it is millennials. They're saying millennials want brand new homes. Well, I know in today's market, I can't sell my home and have David or somebody or Randy design, David build me a home. It would cost me twice as much as what I could sell mine for. So we're in a little bit of dilemma here, and I do financing if you guys are not aware of that, and I do a lot of reverse mortgages for people. So these FHA-approved condominium complexes could be a zero payment for retiree people. It is coming, it is moving, it is going that way. We're seeing it more and more in Arizona, Florida, California. A lot of it's going that way. So that was my big thing there, and that was, I think, it. Thank you. You're welcome.
I appreciate you taking time to speak. Thank you. And then we have one other gentleman here. Hi. Would you like to introduce yourself and tell us what your thoughts are?
Hey, I'm Devin Meller. I don't live in Nampa. I live in Eagle, but I frequent Nampa, and I'm also friends with a couple of people who live here, including someone. The first presentation you brought up here was the high density kind of around near the railroad tracks and stuff. I'm extremely concerned about that measure, especially since I have a friend who lives right in that area, and I'm also concerned about just high density in general. I think a lot of people, one of the reasons why people move to, Idaho, Nampa being one of the top few, is because, we want to be able to have that sort of family-friendly atmosphere, low density developments and whatnot, and I'm concerned about which is why I'm concerned about high density, and that's kind of why I've started to get involved. I see all these high rises going up. I'm like, I've seen this before. We're going through Groundhog's Day again. I think a lot of other people feel the same way. So
Okay, so we didn't get your name and address. So your name again was?
Devin Miller.
Devin Miller. Thank you.
427 North Old Park, and that's in Eagle.
Thank you. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else's staff? Okay, so with that, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
Mayor, I make a motion that we pass the, it's right there. I move to approve the Nampa City Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Amendment, Title 10 Planning and Zoning Amendments, with staff proposed findings as presented by staff, as modified by council members, and direct the planning and zoning director and the city attorney to draft an ordinance for reading at future city council meeting for the city of Nampa.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. You guys have all the changes, correct? Thank you. Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, that concludes our public hearings. And council, I apologize, but I am not going to go back to 7:12 on the agenda. I would like to ask that we move that to our next appropriate meeting, if that's okay, because it's very late. We do need to go ahead and move through our unfinished business. So we will let Shar start moving us through that. Thank you for coming. Okay, we're ready for 9.1 as an action item. It's to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution establishing fees for the licensing of the massage establishments within the Nampa city limits, and this was approved by City Attorney Joe Borton.
So moved.
Oops,
Never mind.
I guess we don't have to because it's a resolution. You're on it. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I goofed on that one. Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin? Jingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, the next three we do have to read, and all three are requested to pass under suspension of rules. The first one, 9.2, is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for vacation of a 7-foot wide portion of the 12-foot wide rear easement, leaving a 5-foot wide easement on a .18 acre parcel in an RS6 zoning district located at 14919 North Fitzwilliam Street for Jose Padilla.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating a portion of an easement located on the property generally described as 14919 North Fitzwilliam Street, Nampa, Idaho, parcel R314562960, consisting approximately 0.18 acres more or less, located in the northwest 1/4, northeast 1/4 of Section 19, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian. Said vacation being a 7-foot wide portion of the 12-foot wide rear easement, more particularly described below in Napa Canyon County, Idaho, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map and other applicable maps accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.3 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for a zoning map amendment from IP to BC zoning district for a 2.94 acre parcel at 823 Park Center Way for Benjamin Polycove, anyway representing Bialek Properties.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, to provide a BC Community Business Zone designation for a portion of certain lands commonly known as 823 Park Center Way, Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, county parcel R07540511100, comprising approximately 2.94 acres, more or less. Determine that said zoning is in the best interest of the citizens and consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. Rezoning property from IP Industrial Park to BC Community Business Zoning District, providing for recordation, instructing the city engineer to designate said property as BC Community Business on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, subject to the terms of certain conditions of the approval entered into between the applicant and the City of Nampa, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly, providing for an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
9.4 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for a zoning map amendment to light industrial zoning district at 76100, 240, 250, and 296th Street North for the City of Nampa.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, to provide an IL light industrial zone designation for a portion of certain lands previously not zoned but annexed into the City of Nampa, consisting of 5 parcels commonly known as 76, 100, 240, 250, and 296th Street, North Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, county parcel R31237, comprising approximately 43.85 acres, more or less. Determine that said zoning is in the best interest of the citizens and consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. zoning previously unzoned property to IL Light Industrial Zoning District, providing for recordation, instructing the city engineer to designate said property as IL Light Industrial on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly, providing for an effective date and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Pingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Section 10 on our agenda is executive session. I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061C to acquire interest in real property in Idaho owned by a public agency, and F, to communicate with legal counsel for the public agency to discuss the legal ramifications of and legal options for pending litigation or controversies not yet being litigated, but imminently likely.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Haverfield? Griffin?
Yes.
Pingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We will be adjourning into the other room, so council, let's just quickly